Chapter 1285. Chaotic Burial Space was one of the 8 forbidden lands. Once you entered, you would have a slim chance of survival. However, only a few King God Realm or incipient God Realm experts could come out alive. Today, in a space with many ancient coffins in the chaotic burial space, 2 people were still alive. They were Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao, who had been rescued by Ling Xiao. Since they had woken up, they had stayed here for more than a year. No one had left, but the 2 of them had never talked to each other. Every time Evil Emperor was bored, he wanted to chat with Lu Piapiao to relieve his boredom. However, he always met a cold rebuff. Evil Emperor couldn't help but laugh at himself. It seems that I am really old. Even a woman doesn't want to talk to me. Evil Emperor couldn't communicate with Lu Piapiao many times, but he didn't ask for trouble. He always had free time to see if there were any movements in the ancient coffins. However, more than a year had passed. Those Inba, gods' corpses, and demons had returned to the ancient coffins. There was no more movement. He couldn't help but worry if Ling Xiao would become a demon king corpse. At that time, even if a supreme expert came, he wouldn't be able to save his life. However, with his current strength, he couldn't do anything. The other party was just a god's corpses, and they could kill him without a burial place. He could only pray that things weren't that bad. He didn't have much hope, but today there was finally some movement. Roars came from the ancient coffins. Inba, gods' corpses, demons, and half-corpses all walked out of the ancient coffins. They cried out in fear and knelt down towards the wooden coffin in the center. Above the wooden coffin in the center, rays of strange light burst forth and instantly filled the sky, illuminating this part of the world. Then, a figure rushed out of the wooden coffin. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. It was as if a golden dragon had soared into the sky in an instant, appearing incomparably mighty and noble. Congratulations on the reappearance of the God Lord. Congratulations on the reappearance of the God Lord. Voices reverberated in the world. Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao instantly soared up into the sky and looked at the direction of the ancient coffin. Their eyes were full of fear. It's Xiao he's finally out. The Evil Emperor exclaimed excitedly. Lu Piapiao also revealed a faint smile, but it disappeared in a flash. At the same time, her beautiful eyes flashed with some inexplicable complexity. Ling Xiao, who was high up in the sky, was like a supreme being descending to the mortal world. His terrifying aura continued to spread, and the dragon phoenix divine hoop on his forehead was incomparably demonic, giving him a strange and evil feeling. He was originally a handsome man, and now that he was wearing such a flashy divine hoop, it immediately made him look even more sinister and awe-inspiring. He was afraid that it was enough to instantly kill any woman. However, there was a strong evil aura on his body, and the strong killing intent caused others to be terrified. His eyes flashed with a scarlet-red color from time to time, and he was simply like the reincarnation of a demon king. He slowly descended from the sky. In front of him, the half-corpses, gods' corpses, devils, and all the gods and demons knelt respectfully, not daring to move. Ling Xiao looked at the puppets in front of him that Han Feng had controlled for many years and couldn't help but feel emotional. With such a troop of puppets, he could absolutely establish an overlord force that could challenge the Dragon Gate. However, his competence was still limited, and he couldn't completely control all the puppets in front of him. Only when he truly stepped into the realm of a supreme martial artist would he be able to command all the puppets here. He knew that Han Feng had prepared this for the Soul Clan. Most of the people who had entered the chaotic burial space, including incipient God Realm and King God Realm experts, were controlled here. When the Soul Clan reappeared in the Heaven territory, it would be the time for them to come out. He had to admit that Han Feng was a real monstrous genius. He had even paved the way for the future of the Soul Clan. All the spatial rings of these people were equivalent to the resources that the Soul Clan would need to cultivate in the future. The members of the Soul Clan didn't need to worry about cultivating resources anymore. Ling Xiao had become the master of these God Inba, God's Corpse Demon, and the half-zombies. He had received the last bit of power that Han Feng had left. Han Feng had disappeared completely from this space, and Ling Xiao had become the master of this forbidden land. Today, his competence had advanced by leaps and bounds. The little bit of power that Hun Feng had left had helped him break through one realm, reaching the high-level King God realm. His God soul had also reached the half-incipient God realm. The speed of his advancement was like a rocket. It was hard to believe. With his current competence, he could just get rid of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. "Give me everything," Ling Xiao said gloomily. Right after that, a half-zombie with a hood turned around and flashed towards the ancient coffins. It flashed like the wind. After several blinks, it returned to Ling Xiao, handing all the spatial rings to Ling Xiao. These spatial rings belonged to the King God realm, half-incipient God realm, and incipient God realm experts. Looking at these spatial rings, Ling Xiao's evil aura was reduced. He became happy. He had completely assimilated the influence that Hun Feng had on him. He took a deep breath and collected all the spatial rings. Then he waved his hand at them. "Return to your positions. You will see the sun soon." "Thank you, God Lord, for your favor," the ones who could talk answered respectfully. Soon after, most of them obediently returned to the ancient coffin. Dozens of God's corpse demons were kept by Ling Xiao, and he put them into the divine cauldron. These God's corpse demons were at the peak of King God realm. 2 of them were even at the half-incipient God realm. Currently, Ling Xiao could control them. As for the God Yin Ba, they were too disgusting, so he didn't want to bring them. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to bring them for himself. He wanted to keep them to protect the Soul Clan. In the future, he didn't have much time to stay with them and let them cultivate on their own. With these God's corpse demons guarding them, he believed that no one could harm them. One day, when he reached the Great Master Realm, he would bring all the puppets in the ancient coffins out to restore the prestige of the Soul Clan. Ling Xiao looked at Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao and found that they were still there. His body floated and appeared in front of them in just a blink of an eye. "Teacher, Miss Lu," Ling Xiao called Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao. He finally remembered where Lu Piapiao came from. It turned out that she was not only the most beautiful woman in the Sky Dragon region, but also a real Sinjin of Goguryeo. Moreover, her ranking was not low. With her unparalleled speed, she was actually ranked 98th. Lu Piapiao didn't belong to any force. She was the only disciple of Granny Feng, a famous rogue cultivator in the Sky Dragon region. It was said that Granny Feng had surpassed ordinary supremes tens of thousands of years ago and reached the middle level. In the Sky Dragon region, she was qualified to be on equal footing with any supremes. Everyone in the ancient coffins had a history. Some of them had even lived since ancient times. Those who hadn't completely fallen into the God's corpse demons were the people that Hun Feng thought would be left for Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao had good potential. Otherwise, they would have been controlled by Hun Feng and become God's corpse demons. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Hun Feng from the bottom of his heart. After all, Hun Feng had been dead for millions of years. However, his remaining resentment and power were able to control so many supreme experts and supremes. He had an unfathomable divine power. One could imagine how domineering he was in the past. Although Ling Xiao admired Hun Feng, he definitely wouldn't be the second Hun Feng. He wanted to do better than Hun Feng. He had to surpass him. This was Ling Xiao's goal in the future. Evil Emperor looked at Ling Xiao with a slightly excited expression and said, "Xiao, Xiao, are you all right?" He didn't dare to confirm if Ling Xiao was really all right. Why did he feel that there was a vague hostility on Ling Xiao's body? Moreover, the divine hoop that Ling Xiao was wearing made him, a peak divine king, feel a lot of pressure. "Master, don't worry. I'm fine. Now we can leave the chaotic burial space," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He knew what his master was worried about. However, he was really fine now. Moreover, he had obtained a great opportunity. However, this great opportunity still had to bear a heavy responsibility. It really didn't make him feel relaxed. Evil Emperor looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. Then, his pupils shrank and he exclaimed, "Xiao! Xiao, your strength." Lu Piapiao also noticed Ling Xiao's situation. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a bit of envy. Ling Xiao also knew that he couldn't hide it from them. He immediately nodded and said, I obtained a small opportunity. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. If others heard this, they would immediately scold. Damn it, this is called a small opportunity. There is no greater opportunity in this world. Evil Emperor was happy for Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. He said, Good, good. I was worried that you would become the corpse demon emperor. However, I was worried too much. However, you still have to pay more attention in the future. It's better not to tell others about this. Evil Emperor's words were to remind Ling Xiao not to be too ostentatious. It would attract others to covet the opportunity he obtained. Of course, Ling Xiao knew. Ever since he obtained the inheritance of Soul Wind, he knew that there were many supreme masters in the heaven realm. However, they rarely showed themselves. Once their bottom line was touched and they were angered, they would appear in front of the world. Well, I will pay attention. Let's go now. It's time to go out. Otherwise, Master's wife and the others will go crazy. Ling Xiao said, Follow me. We will go in another direction. I estimate that we will definitely be able to get out within 3 years. Lu Piapiao interrupted. Then, she began to lead the way in front. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would say, No need, I have a faster way. After saying that, he began to sweep the ancient coffins with his divine sense. Then he said faintly, Open the space gate for me. Swoosh. Chapter 1286. When Ling Xiao, the evil emperor, and Lu Piapiao came to the burial area and saw these ancient coffins, they all realized that these ancient coffins seemed to be arranged according to some kind of orbit. It seemed that there was some kind of mysterious energy law inside. Now it seemed that their guess was right. In fact, every ancient coffin here contained a kind of great power. It was also the eye of a complicated formation. When Ling Xiao received the inheritance of Soul Wind, he knew the real meaning of the ancient coffins arrangement. It turned out that the position of the ancient coffins was an ancient formation of a space gate. Only those who had reached the strength of a supreme master or above could make a powerful transmission gate. All the ancient coffins burst out with dazzling light and began to gather in this space. When these forces began to gather, a dazzling domain gate slowly formed, and waves of spatial fluctuations constantly swayed. Ling Xiao shouted at the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao, Hurry up and follow me. After saying that, Ling Xiao took the lead and shot in the direction of the space gate. The evil emperor and Lu Piapiao did not dare to be slow and immediately followed him. Outside the disorderly burial space, the constantly flashing space power all year round always made people feel abnormally terrified. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, basically no one dared to go near it to avoid being sucked into the disorderly burial space. But today, the energy at the entrance of the disorderly burial space became even more violent. Thunder and lightning flashed, and there were bursts of violent storms. The distorted space power was even more terrifying than before. Suddenly, at the entrance of the disorderly burial space, a dazzling strong light rushed out. The violent power seemed to stop in an instant. 3 figures flew out from the entrance of the disorderly burial space along with the strong light. Haha! I, the evil emperor, can finally see the light of day again. The evil emperor looked up to the sky and roared. After being trapped for more than 100 years, he was almost bored out of his wits. He could not help but feel sullen in his heart. Lu Piapiao, who had always been serious, could not help but smile. Her delicate nose twitched a few times as she breathed in the fresh air. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, didn't look excited at all. He sighed in his heart, as if he had just returned from hell. It was like a dream. Master, let's go find Master's wife and the others. I'm afraid they'll think that something has happened to us. Ling Xiao said impatiently. Although he said that he missed his teacher's wife, in reality, he wanted to go back and see Yun Mengqi, Eurofei, and the others. Now that something had happened to him, they must be worried sick. All right, let's go see them now. The evil emperor nodded. When Ling Xiao and the evil emperor were about to leave, Lu Piapiao was at a loss and did not know where to go. Although she was Granny Win's disciple, She had not been in contact with her master for a long time. Her master had always been homeless. She had been missing for so many years, and her master was probably trying to find her. Sister, since you are alone, why don't you go with us? We can take care of each other. Ling Xiao paused and invited Lu Piapiao. He could feel Lu Piapiao's emotions. Perhaps she was still not used to the situation outside and did not know what to do. He said this just to give Lu Piapiao a way out. Otherwise, she would never have said that she was willing to go with them. The evil emperor did not think so. He had been with Lu Piapiao for more than a year. From time to time, he went to greet Lu Piapiao and wanted to chat with her to kill time. However, Lu Piapiao had never given him a good look, nor did she respond to him. He did not think that Ling Xiao could persuade Lu Piapiao to go with them. However, who knew that Lu Piapiao nodded and said, "Then I'll go with you for a while." The evil emperor was depressed when he heard this. He, the flirtatious evil emperor, had talked so much with a naughty girl, but she did not say a word. However, when Ling Xiao called her sister, she accepted it calmly. Am I really old? The evil emperor had to doubt his own situation. In the past, he could hook his finger and a woman would run over, but now he couldn't even handle a woman. However, he was only thinking about it in his heart. He wouldn't argue with his own disciple. He was just a little unhappy in his heart. However, when he thought about it, didn't this naughty girl fall into the hands of his disciple? As a master, he also gained face. Ling Xiao did not know that his master, the evil emperor, was thinking so complicated. In fact, he really did not have the mood to pick up girls right now. After returning to the Cloud Ridge city, Ling Xiao felt that Feng Qingyuan, Xu Ziqian and the others might be waiting here. Unfortunately, he didn't see anyone when he arrived. Ling Xiao thought for a while, then made another trip to the Cloud Ridge sect. The Cloud Ridge sect must be the local tyrant here. They might have news of them. Unfortunately, after Ling Xiao asked Yun Mengtian, he found out that after Ling Xiao had met them once 12 years ago, he had not seen any news of Feng Qingyuan, Xu Ziqian and the others. He had thought that Ling Xiao had already taken them away from the hands of the Shu family and the people from the sword-washing manor. The evil emperor's expression clearly became worried as he muttered, "Could it be that they were really brought back to the Shu family?" Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, "No, I think they have already returned to the Dragon Gate." Back then, Ling Xiao had brought Ling Gang and the others with him. Although those people who tried to assassinate him were powerful, they were still far from being able to compare to Ling Gang and the others. Of course, what he was most afraid of was that they would enter the chaotic burial space without knowing their limits. That would be troublesome. After all, not just anyone would be able to pass through the Berserk area. He could only pray that they didn't do such a foolish thing. Ling Xiao brought the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao back to the Dragon Gate at full speed. Oh, Dragon Gate was, as always, the #1 power in the Sky Dragon region. However, this #1 power had been plagued by internal strife for the past 100 years. The conflicts between the factions were extremely serious. Fortunately, more than 10 years ago, a monster like Ling Xiao had appeared in the Kim People's faction. In one fell swoop, he had trampled all the young divine kings of the Divine Body sect under his feet. He had even defeated the great divine medicine master. The Kim People's faction also benefited from Ling Xiao's efforts and began to gain the upper hand. They obtained the support of the middle faction and the old divine medicine master Zhang Ken, causing their position to become more and more stable. However, after Ling Xiao disappeared, there were many rumors that Ling Xiao had accidentally entered the chaotic burial space and had died accidentally. There were also people who said that Ling Xiao had offended the sword-washing manor and was killed by the people of the sword-washing manor. In short, these rumors were spread in a systematic manner, causing the sect to be suspicious of the whereabouts of this new monster. After all, at their level, it was nothing for them to cultivate in seclusion for more than 10 years. There were also many people who went out to cultivate for hundreds of years and did not return. However, the rumors were spread so widely that everyone wanted to know whether Ling Xiao was dead or alive. It was as if Ling Xiao had become the stabilizing force of the Dragon Gate. His life and death was related to the dynamics of the sect. Although Ling Qin had already announced that Ling Xiao was just out traveling and nothing had happened to him, There were still some people who didn't believe that Ling Chun was intentionally causing trouble. Later, this matter slowly calmed down. However, the Divine Body sect gained some upper hand and took the opportunity to rope in many helpers. If it were not for the fact that the Kim people could not withstand the pressure and sent many masters from their clan to hold the fort, the Divine Body sect would have wanted to remove Ling Chun from the position of the sect master. Of course, if the Kim people were determined to suppress the people of the Divine Body sect, they could also do it. However, even if they managed to do it, it would only greatly reduce the strength of the Dragon Gate. Therefore, they had been holding back, hoping that the young man could solve the problem himself. Unfortunately, as the sect master, Ling Chun was still a little lacking. If the matter between the two factions was not resolved, the situation of internal strife would not be changed. In the end, it would only lead to the disintegration of the Dragon Gate. On the mountain peak that Ling Xiao was bestowed, there were many people who stayed on the mountain peak to cultivate and live. Among them were Ling Gang, a few direct descendants of the Kim people, Kong Wen, Kong Wu, and others. With them in charge, no one would dare to provoke the people on the mountain peak. However, today there were people who came here very arrogantly to challenge them. There were quite a lot of people in this group, and one of them was led by an old man. This old man had the cheeks of a monkey, and his eyes were as thin as a mouse's. He looked very sneaky and ugly. However, this kind of old man was really lucky enough to become a divine alchemist. This new divine alchemist was called Gong Sun Yang, and he was a fellow disciple of Gong Tanjan. Gong Tanjan had been a divine alchemist for many years, but he had always been stuck at the Great Saint Master realm. Recently, he had run into some kind of good luck, and he actually happened to refine a healing pill. Even though he had lost countless materials for this pill, he was already ecstatic to be able to take this step. Therefore, he couldn't wait to send an application to the sect so that they could reward him. Although Ling Qin knew that Gong Tanjan and Gong Sun Yang were both inclined to the Divine Body sect, he did not deliberately make things difficult for Gong Sun Yang. He held a grand ceremony for him and gave him an independent mountain peak. It was just that this new divine alchemist was not interested in ordinary mountains. He was instigated by others to have designs on Ling Zhao's mountain peak. He wanted to pay a visit to the peak lord, divine alchemist Ling, and see if he could let him use the mountain peak. His idea was undoubtedly to provoke Ling Zhao's authority and slap Ling Zhao's face. Normally, he would not have the guts to do so. After all, although divine alchemist Ling was young, he had defeated his senior, Gong Tanjan, and Zheng Ken, two top divine alchemists. But now he was not afraid. After all, he had already received the news that divine alchemist Ling was already dead and would not be in the mountain peak. Ling Gang and the others had also left to take care of some matters. There were not many people on the mountain peak who could control the situation. Therefore, he chose to make a move on the people on the mountain today. He planned to take over the mountain peak, and the others would not dare to go against him. Chapter 1287. There were many god kings on Ling Zhao's mountain, but most of them chose to go into seclusion because Ling Xiao wasn't here. Gong Sun Yang brought a dozen people to the Peak Lord's palace. Only Chong Haoyou was waiting for them inside. I didn't know Divine Teacher Gong Sun was here. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Chong Haoyou cupped his hands at Gong Sun Yang. Gong Sun Yang had an arrogant look on his face. He glanced at Chong Haoyou with his rat eyes and said, "May I know where Divine Teacher Ling is? I, Gong Sun Yang, have come to pay a visit." Chong Haoyou thought that Gong Sun Yang was really here to visit Ling Xiao. After all, he was just a new divine alchemist. It was necessary for him to show respect to Ling Xiao. Who didn't know that Ling Xiao was the real chief divine alchemist? However, everyone in the sect knew that Ling Xiao had been away for a long time. But this Gong Sun Yang still came to visit. What was the meaning of this? Chong Haoyou replied, "My peak lord has returned from his travels. Divine Teacher Gong Sun, should I tell him that you're here when my peak lord returns?" "Nonsense. Does Divine Teacher Ling think that my peak lord isn't worth seeing? We heard that Divine Teacher Ling is always on the mountain." A god king behind Gong Sun Yang stood up and rebuked. Chong Haoyou frowned. "Please watch your words. Whether my peak lord is on the mountain or not is none of your business. I already said that my peak lord isn't here. If there's anything, you can tell me. I'll report to you when he comes back. If you're here to cause trouble, you'd better watch yourself. When he saw this group of people coming in aggressively, he knew that they didn't have good intentions. He Gong, an elder of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo, was actually standing guard here. He knew that these people were probably here to cause trouble. How impressive. He Gong stood up and shouted coldly. Then he said, "Call Ling Gang out. I have something to say to him." He Gong clearly knew that Ling Gang wasn't here. Otherwise, if Ling Gang was here, he wouldn't have dared to come. In terms of strength, he was about the same as Ling Gang. However, if they were to go all out, he definitely wouldn't be Ling Gang's match. Elder Ling Gang has gone out to handle some matters. If Elder He Gong has anything to say, you can tell me. Although Chong Haoyo's seniority was lower than He Gong's, as the steward of this peak, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of him. The reason why he continued to stay here was that he firmly believed that Ling Xiao would definitely return to Dragon Gate, because he knew that Ling Xiao was not dead. "Who do you think you are?" He Gong said disdainfully. Then he continued, "Since there's no one here who can make decisions, then I announce that this peak has been bestowed to Divine Master Gongsun. You can choose another peak." Chong Haoyo's expression instantly became unsightly. They actually dared to brazenly fight over the peak they had already reserved. This was clearly intolerable bullying. Elder He Gong, "I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." Chong Haoyo frowned. But before he could finish, Gong Sun Yang interrupted him. "There's nothing inappropriate about this. The environment here is especially suitable for me to refine pills. I believe that if Divine Master Ling was here, he would also give way to this old man." Gong Sun Yang's words were polite, but there was a hint of sarcasm in them that made people feel disgusted. Just as Chong Haoyo was about to say something, Yun Mingqi, Euro Fei, Kong Wen, and the Kongwu brothers walked out. Yun Mingqi had already reached the peak of low-level Divine King, and it wouldn't be long before she advanced another step. Her perfect face carried an indifferent air, giving people a feeling that they didn't dare to act rashly. Euro Fei's expression was also unsightly. Her strength couldn't compare to Yun Mingqi's, but it had also greatly improved. These two women each had their own charm, and they immediately attracted the attention of Gong Sun Yang and the others. "Do you have the sect master's password? This peak has already been bestowed to my husband by the sect master. If you don't have the sect master's password, scram immediately." Yun Mingqi frowned at Gong Sun Yang and the others. She was Ling Zhao's wife, and this identity had already been recognized by Ling Qian and the others. She could also be considered a member of Dragon Gate, and since Ling Xiao wasn't here, she was naturally the mistress of this peak, so there was nothing wrong with her words. "Girl, you're really arrogant. Do you know who we are?" Gong Sun Yang glanced at Yun Mingqi, and a hint of greed flashed in his old eyes. In his heart, he thought, "What a beautiful woman. I don't need to know who you are. In any case, this place doesn't welcome you." Yun Mingqi's attitude was unyielding. She had stayed in Dragon Gate for many years, so she naturally understood many things about Dragon Gate's internal strife. Needless to say, these people in front of her definitely wanted to take advantage of her husband's absence to attack Kim People's faction. Once they backed down, not only would they lose face, even Kim People's face would be tarnished. "You really don't know what you're talking about. Right now, as an elder, I'm ordering all of you to move out. There are so many peaks here, you can choose anyone. This one will be left for Divine Master Gongsun to concoct pills." He Gong spoke again. At this moment, Kong Wen also spoke up. "There are rules in everything. Elder He Gong, Divine Master Gongsun, you're going too far. We'll go to the sect master to reason things out. If the sect master wants us to back down, we won't say anything. If you want to forcefully take our Divine Master Ling's peak, then we're sorry. We swear to protect our Divine Master Ling's dignity with our lives." "That's right. Whoever wants to take our peak lord's peak will have to step over my dead body first." Kong Wu also spoke up. He Gong didn't think that his name would be so useless. He actually couldn't bully these people. He originally thought that Ling Zhao's death would cause the people on Ling Zhao's peak to lose their morale. It seemed like his estimation was a bit off. Are you really going to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit? I only want to exchange peaks with you. How dare you look down on Elder He? How disrespectful. Gong Sun Yang shouted angrily. Cut the crap and leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for reporting this to the sect master and letting him decide. Kong Wen said. Bastard. He Gong's position in the sect wasn't low, but he was actually threatened by two people who were arranged to be guardian elders. If this news spread, it would be disastrous. He roared angrily, and the aura of a peak god king instantly burst forth, pressing down on Kong Wen. Kong Wen only felt a majestic force attacking him, and he was forced to take a few steps back. Just as he was about to hit the tea table, Kong Wu reacted quickly and pulled Kong Wen back. You're going too far. Kong Wu saw that his elder brother was being bullied and immediately shouted. He took out his divine weapon and looked like he was going to fight with He Gong. What? You also dare to challenge this elder? He Gong said coldly. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Kong Wu. One of his palms was already firmly clasped on Kong Wu's neck. Kong Wu didn't expect He Gong to act so quickly. He couldn't breathe because of the pressure on his neck. If he really dared to act against He Gong, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live past today. Elder He Gong. Don't. Kong Wen thought that He Gong wanted to kill his younger brother and immediately shouted. Everyone present was incomparably nervous. Yun Mingqi and the others also didn't expect that He Gong would act so suddenly. It seemed like they were determined to occupy this peak today. He Gong coldly snorted and heavily threw Kong Wu away. You guys dare to yell at this elder? You're really tired of living. Elder He Gong, you're so mighty. We will definitely report this matter to the sect leader. Chong Haoyo said angrily. Is that so? Even your master has to respect me. You little thing, what do you think you are? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. He Gong coldly said. Then his figure flashed again. Slap. Chong Haoyo only felt pain on his face. He couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body immediately fell to the side. Chong Haoyo's face actually caved in from the slap. A lot of blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. Could be seen that this slap from He Gong was really serious. Someone come. There's an enemy attack. Yun Mingqi couldn't help but shout. Then, a divine sword appeared in her hand. She mercilessly stabbed towards He Gong. Yun Mingqi knew that it wouldn't be easy to end this matter. Even if she had to throw caution to the wind, she couldn't let these people succeed. Humph, with this kind of strength, you still have the nerve to show off in front of this old man, He Gong said in an extremely disdainful tone. He casually waved his hand and a divine light flickered, forcing Yun Mingqi to retreat and injuring her. Eurofei didn't mind. She took out a static mirror and shone it at the scene. These static mirrors basically couldn't deal with experts above the Divine King realm, let alone an existence like He Gong. He Gong pointed in Eurofei's direction. A ray of energy streaked across and destroyed the static mirror. Pooh! Eurofei's shoulder was pierced by that finger. She frantically retreated as blood seeped out of her wound. Kong Wen and Kong Wu gritted their teeth. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack He Gong at the same time. However, before they could reach He Gong, two other people flashed out and blocked their path. He Gong swept his gaze over everyone present and coldly said, Today, you have to give way even if you don't want to. Ling Xiao is already dead, so this mountain will naturally be taken back by the sect. Now Elder Sun Gong Sun will take over. Is there anyone else who disagrees? Today, if it wasn't for the sect leader's words, we definitely won't give way. Yun Mingqi shouted. A divine pagoda appeared in her hand and she immediately sent it flying. The divine pagoda instantly became huge, almost breaking through the palace hall. Then it flew towards Elder He Gong. He Gong's old eyes flashed with astonishment. What a divine object! A divine sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the divine pagoda, causing it to fly away. It wasn't that the divine pagoda was inferior to He Gong's divine sword. Rather, Yun Mingqi's strength was 2 levels lower than He Gong's. If you don't leave, I'll throw you all out one by one. He Gongfa fiercely spat. He rushed towards Yun Mengqi, wanting to grab her and throw her out of the way. Just as he was about to grab her, an extremely fast silhouette rushed over. Get your filthy hands off me! A dragon-like roar sounded out. Chapter 1288. Everyone was so shocked by the sound that their eardrums were about to burst. Before He Gong and the others entered the hall, they had already ordered a few divine kings to guard outside. However, now that someone had suddenly broken in, they did not notice it in advance. This person's speed and strength were simply not to be underestimated. Just as He Gong was about to grab Yun Mengqi, the sound wave caused him to pause for a moment. Just as he was about to continue forward, he felt an attack coming from behind him that caused him to feel dread. He Gong had to give up on Yun Mengqi and quickly turned to hide. He thought to himself, could it be that Ling Gang is back? However, when he turned around and saw the person, his expression immediately became extremely ugly. He would rather see Ling Gang come back than see this person, because they all thought that this person was dead. But he was actually not dead, and his strength had become even more terrifying. This is troublesome, He Gong secretly shouted in his heart. Wasn't the person who came back Ling Xiao? After he came out of the chaotic burial space, he found that Yun Mengqi and the others did not stay in the Yun Gang sect's territory to wait for them. He hurried back to Dragon Gate with the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao. However, he did not expect that as soon as he returned to his own peak, something like this would happen, which made him extremely angry. Mengqi, are you okay? Ling Xiao helped Yun Mengqi up and asked. Yun Mengqi stared at Ling Xiao, who had suddenly returned. She was not prepared at all. She instantly threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and cried, I thought I would never see you again. In this hall, the people who belonged to Ling Xiao's camp saw this scene and were all excited. I knew that the Peak Lord would not die so easily, Kong Wu said proudly in his heart. Euro Fei walked over and said softly with tears streaming down her face, I'm not dreaming, am I? Ling Xiao carried Yun Mengqi, then turned to Euro Fei and said, It's not a dream. I'm back. You guys watch from the side. Whoever touched you today will pay the price. Then, he glanced at the injured Chang Haoyou and frowned. He then asked Kong Wen, What's going on? Kong Wen did not hesitate and immediately told Ling Xiao what had happened. Peak Lord, I think we must let the sect leader know about this matter and let the sect leader punish them, Kong Wu suggested from the side. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, This kind of small matter, this Peak Lord can take care of it. There is no need to trouble the sect leader. Then, his gaze swept across He Gong and Gong Sunyang. He Gong felt a little nervous when he saw Ling Xiao's sharp gaze, but he could still endure it. However, Gong Sunyang was not as strong. He had long heard of Ling Xiao's strength, but Ling Xiao's domineering expression made him take 2 steps back in fright. The god kings behind him also shivered. You want my mountain? Ling Xiao asked He Gong calmly. He Gong retracted his stern expression and smiled. Since Divine Master Ling is back, then this matter is easy to discuss. He paused for a moment and said, This is Elder Gong Sunyang, a new godly alchemist of our sect. He was given a mountain by the sect leader. Coincidentally, I accompanied Divine Master Gongsun here to choose a mountain, but I found that Divine Master Ling's mountain is to Divine Master Gongsun's liking, so I came to ask Divine Master Ling if this mountain can be given to Divine Master Gongsun. He will definitely reward you handsomely. Ling Xiao was a popular person in Kim People's faction, so He Gong could not teach Ling Xiao a lesson like how he bullied others. He cursed in his heart. Didn't the people from Shadow say that this kid was sent to the chaotic burial space? How could he come out? Moreover, his strength has improved so much. Could it be that he is really a roadblock for our sect? Gong Sunyang recovered from his loss of composure and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Greetings, Divine Master Ling. I am Gong Sunyang. Just now, what Elder He Gong said was exactly what I thought. I don't know if Divine Master Ling would be willing to part with your treasure. Let's exchange. However much compensation you want, we will give you. He had seen Ling Xiao before, and the scene of Ling Xiao suppressing several godly alchemists was still vivid in his mind. He didn't have the guts to challenge Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Elder He Gong saying that Ling Xiao was already dead, how could he appear here? What a trap! With the relationship between Ling Xiao and godly alchemist Zhang Ken, as a new godly alchemist, he would not have a good time in the future. Fortunately, his senior brother's position in the sect was not low. Moreover, they had already chosen to form an alliance with He Gong's group. Sooner or later, they would have to stand on the opposite side of Ling Xiao's group. Therefore, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree to He Gong's words. Ha ha! Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. That laughter was filled with unparalleled arrogance, causing everyone to tremble. Funny, really funny. Elder He Gong, why don't you give your peak to me, and I will give you enough compensation? Ling Xiao laughed coldly at He Gong. He Gong frowned. Divine Master Ling, we came with sincerity. Please don't take it as a joke. I, the Peak Lord, am not joking with you. As long as you are willing to give your peak to me, I will give it to you. But I don't think you will give it to me, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. How dare you bully me when I'm not around? He Gong has a rule in the inner sect that we are not allowed to kill each other. Today you hurt my people, so you have broken the rules. Now, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the sect master. Ling Xiao didn't want He Gong to say anything else. After a shout, he attacked He Gong. Now that he was a high-level godly king, he was not any weaker than a peak godly king. He was not afraid of He Gong at all. However, in order to intimidate these people, Ling Xiao couldn't really fight with He Gong. When he attacked, his soul power rushed out and attacked He Gong's sea of consciousness. Of course, he had a sense of propriety. He wouldn't really turn He Gong into an idiot. As one of the Senjin of Goguryeo, He Gong's techniques were not weak. However, it was difficult for him to defend against Ling Xiao's formless soul power. Moreover, his attention was always on Ling Xiao. He didn't know that Ling Xiao had such a strange power. He couldn't defend against it even if he wanted to. Ah! He Gong screamed at the same time as Ling Xiao attacked him. Slap! Ling Xiao slapped He Gong, flying out with a vicious slap. After He Gong's figure flipped several times in midair, his entire person directly fell out of the door, vomiting several mouthfuls of fresh blood wildly. After he landed on the ground, looking at his aged face again, it was actually the same as Chong Haoyou's from before. More than half of it was sunken in, ugly to the extreme. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that He Gong, the Senjin of Goguryeo, was actually not a match for Ling Xiao. What in the world was going on? Could it be that Ling Xiao already had the power of an even more powerful Senjin of Goguryeo? But over a decade ago, Ling Xiao was only a low-level godly king. This was something that everyone in the sect was clear about. In these short decades, being able to break through to mid-level godly king was already a great gift, and wanting to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Senjin of Goguryeo was undoubtedly a lunatic's ravings. But the truth was placed in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. After Ling Xiao slapped He Gong, he did not intend to let it go just like that. This time, He Gong provoked him, and at this time he took the opportunity to give them a taste of his strength. Otherwise, they would really think that the Dragon Gate belonged to their Divine Body faction. Ling Xiao arrived in front of He Gong, raised his foot, and ruthlessly stomped on He Gong's calf. Crack! A crisp and ear-piercing sound rang out, causing everyone's hair to stand on end when they heard it. He Gong let out a blood-curdling scream. The pain of a broken godly bone was unbearable. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Kill me if you can, or you're dead. How dare you go against your superior?" He Gong wanted to die. He, the great Senjin of Goguryeo, was actually being bullied by a junior. He had lost all his face. However, he wanted to retaliate, but his opponent's powerful aura made it hard for him to breathe, and he felt extremely aggrieved. Who do you think you are? Senior Elder of Senjin of Goguryeo? I, the Peak Lord, am a godly apothecary and also a senior elder. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Even if Fong Bu'er were here today, I would still beat him up. Ling Xiao scolded disdainfully. Then, He sent another kick at He Gong and shouted, "How dare you hit my woman? Why don't you take a good look at who you are?" Scram! He Gong was sent flying off the peak by Ling Zhao's kick. It was truly shocking. The god kings who had come with He Gong were all ashen. Their faces were extremely ugly. All of them wanted to flee, but the god kings who had already hurried over from the mountain had already encircled the area. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Gong Sun Yang. Gong Sun Yang only felt two lightning-like rays of light bombarding him. Ah! He screamed and took a few steps back before falling to the ground. His expression was one of extreme panic. What do you want? My senior is a godly apothecary, and I'm a new godly apothecary." Gong Sun Yang stuttered. Looking at Ling Zhao's terrifying gaze, his legs went soft. He regretted listening to He Gong's provocation, but there was no medicine for regret. Ling Xiao arrived in front of Gong Sun Yang and pulled him up. Without saying a word, he immediately wrapped his palms around Gong Sun Yang's face. Slap, slap. Gong Sun Yang was instantly slapped by Ling Xiao more than 10 times. Even a few of his front teeth flew out. He screamed in pain. "Do you still want to occupy this peak of mine?" Ling Xiao snorted coldly. "No, I don't want to. The Gong who forced me to come. It's none of my business." Gong Sun Yang was a coward. Although he had the strength of a mid-level godly king, he couldn't muster any will to resist in front of Ling Xiao. "Based on your cowardly appearance, I know you don't have the guts. Go back obediently and tell your senior that I will pay him a visit sooner or later." Ling Xiao shouted as he sent Gong Sun Yang flying with a kick. Chapter 1289. None of the deity kings that accompanied Gong Sun Yang and He Gong could walk out of the mountain in one piece. Every one of them was beaten up by Ling Xiao before they could leave in a sorry state. Even He Gong, the Senjin of Goguryeo, was sent flying. How could these small shrimps dare to resist? After taking care of these people, Ling Xiao's lone peak finally calmed down. Ling Xiao sat on the main seat and regained the dignity of a peak lord. Currently, everyone on the mountain peak had already gathered together. Their peak lord had returned. All the rumors were gone. Moreover, after seeing their peak lord's divine might, it really boosted their morale. They had long heard that their peak lord had died. This made them feel uneasy all these years. If that was really the case, then their choice to follow Ling Xiao would have been for nothing. Fortunately, everything was in the past now. Not only did their peak lord not die, his strength had also improved greatly. This made them even more respected in the sect in the future. "Mengqi, Ro Fei, this is my master, Evil Emperor. Quickly come and greet him." Ling Xiao pointed at Evil Emperor and said. When Ling Xiao returned, he had already brought Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao along. They were outside the hall just now. "Greetings, senior." The two girls looked at Evil Emperor in surprise and immediately went forward to greet him. The Evil Emperor had long since seen Yun Mengqi and Yu Rofei. In his heart, he couldn't help but praise his disciple's judgment. Indeed, she had half of his demeanor. But wasn't 2 wives a little too little? "All right, you may dispense with the formalities. Master will give you a greeting gift later." Evil Emperor laughed. "Master's wife should be on the peak. Call them out to see Master." Ling Xiao said to the 2 girls. The 2 girls did not dare to hesitate. They knew that this was not the time to confess their feelings. They immediately went to the backyard to invite Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian out. Both of them had shed countless tears over the years, especially Xu Ziqian, who blamed herself so much that she was about to go crazy. If she had not found out that Ling Xiao and the Evil Emperor had both fallen into the chaotic burial space and survived, she would have committed suicide at the first moment to apologize. When Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian saw the Evil Emperor again, both of them burst into tears. "Big brother Evil Emperor, you're finally out. You're finally out." The 2 maids fell into the embrace of the Evil Emperor and cried non-stop. Yun Mengqi and Eurofei's eyes became moist. They could feel the longing and worry that Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian had felt all these years. They also wanted to jump into Ling Zhao's arms, but with so many people around, they had to consider Ling Zhao's authority as the peak lord. Ling Xiao waved his hand and got someone to bring the evil emperor, Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian, back to the backyard to talk about the joy of their reunion. Who knew that Xu Ziqian would actually walk in front of Ling Xiao and bow to Ling Xiao? Mistress Ling Xiao, I've let you down. If she hadn't sought death back then, she wouldn't have lured Ling Xiao to the vicinity of the chaotic burial space and caused him to be harmed. All these years, she had been living in guilt. If it wasn't for the few girls constantly persuading her, she would have really collapsed. Ling Xiao quickly helped Xu Ziqian up and said, Mistress is too serious? Aren't we back safe and sound now? Go and reminisce with Master first, we can talk about anything else later. Feng Qingyuan also laughed from the side. That's right, Ziqian, let's go back first. Shower won't blame you. That's right, you're all my elders. How could I dare to blame you? Wouldn't Master want to teach me a lesson later? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Xu Ziqian glanced at Ling Xiao gratefully, then returned to the backyard with the evil emperor and Feng Qingyuan. Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd, then asked Yun Mingqi, Where's old Yi? He couldn't help but be puzzled when he realized that Shen Yuyi wasn't here. He said 5 years ago that he wanted to go out for a walk, but he still hasn't returned. Yun Mingqi replied. After Ling Xiao heard this, he understood what was going on. Presumably, Shen Yuyi planned to think of a way to return to his original place of exile and bring his clansmen to the Heaven Realm, or perhaps return to the barbarian race. Shen Yuyi had told him about this a long time ago. However, he guessed that Shen Yuyi would first make a trip to the Heavenly Sparrow region and go to the barbarian race to find the strict elders who had been banished. No matter what choice he made, Ling Xiao would still support him in his heart. Immediately after, he asked Yun Mingqi and Euro Fei to talk about what had happened in the past 10 years. The two girls spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation, so they didn't know much. In the end, it was the two brothers, Chang Haoyou, Kong Wen and Kong Wu, who told him more about the situation. When he heard rumors that he had been sent to the chaotic burial space, Ling Xiao felt that what had happened to him must have something to do with the people of Dragon Gate, and the people he had offended in the sect were He Shan and Fang Bu. Other than their motive to harm him, Ling Xiao couldn't think of anyone else. It must be those two old farts. F***CK. If I had known earlier, I would have crippled that old fart. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with thick killing intent as he murmured. Only a few people knew that Ling Xiao had been sucked into the chaotic burial space, and they were all his subordinates. He didn't believe that it was a traitor. After all, which divine king could join his peak? They were all approved by Ling Chen, and he had tested them before they were allowed to join. There was no doubt about their loyalty. Ling Xiao understood that the people of the Divine Body sect were getting more and more arrogant. Ling Chen, as the leader, was still a bit weak. If this continued, he was afraid that he would really have to change the leader in advance. It was a pity that Kim people didn't have many people who were good at management. He was afraid that even if it was someone else, they might not be able to control the people of the Divine Body sect. Moreover, the other party wouldn't agree to it. The leader position had always been occupied by Kim people. Ling Xiao originally didn't want to care about these things, but as a member of Kim people, he had to care. Moreover, Fang Bu and He Gong had harmed him, so he had to take revenge. Thinking of this, a burst of laughter came from outside the hall. Little brother Xiao, why didn't you send someone to inform me that you came back? Do you still not put me, the leader, in your eyes? The people who came were the leader of Dragon Gate, Ling Chun, and Xiao Jinsai, who was following behind him. Ling Chun was the leader of Dragon Gate. For him to directly come to Ling Zhao's place like this was already condescending. However, he couldn't care so much. Now that Ling Xiao was back, he was relieved. Of course, he asked Ling Gang and the others to protect Ling Xiao, but in the end, something still happened. This caused him to be reprimanded by the big shots in his clan, causing him to be in a constant state of panic. In recent years, the Divine Body sect had become more and more arrogant, which made him even more busy. He couldn't help but miss the days when Ling Xiao was in charge of the sect. As long as Ling Xiao was in charge, the people of the Divine Body sect wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Greetings, leader. Ling Xiao and the others went up to Ling Chen and greeted him respectfully. The people on Ling Shao Peak all felt proud. The leader of the sect personally came to visit their peak lord. This was an honor that not many people could receive. Ling Shao was angry. Ling Chun was a dignified leader, so he must know everything that happened on his peak like the back of his hand. There was a fight just now, but Ling Chun actually didn't send anyone to stop it. If he didn't come back in time, his small hall would have been torn down, and his peak would have been occupied by others. No wonder they couldn't deal with the divine body sect. Ling Shao sighed in disappointment at Ling Chun. Ling Chun also saw the ugly expression on Ling Zhao's face. He knew that Ling Zhao's visit today was somewhat belated, but he also had his own difficulties. Ling Shao and the others welcomed Ling Chun and Xiao Jinsai into the hall for a chat. When Ling Chun realized that Ling Zhao's strength had jumped 2 levels and reached the high-level godly king realm, he was immediately shocked. What kind of heaven-defying opportunity did this kid obtain? He actually advanced so quickly. Ling Chun exclaimed in his heart. Originally, Ling Shao had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him in the tribe. However, after seeing Ling Zhao's advancement speed, when Ling Shao returned to the tribe, he would definitely receive the support of all the elders in the tribe. The position of the future tribe leader would probably fall into Ling Zhao's hands. Thinking up to this point, Ling Chun felt that it was worth it to come directly to Ling Shao today. After all, in his opinion, the higher one's position in the tribe, the more support he would receive from the tribe's elders. All these years you weren't around. Many people were worried about you. Ling Chun looked at Ling Shao and sighed. Ling Shao nodded and said, "Yes, if I didn't come back in time, this small place of mine would have been taken by others." Ling Chun also heard the hidden meaning in Ling Zhao's words, and immediately shouted angrily, "Gong Sun Yang is too outrageous. When I return, I will immediately convene the Elders' Council and punish him severely." When Ling Chun only mentioned Gong Sun Yang and not He Gong, Ling Shao was even more disappointed. If it was him, he would not even bother to convene the Elders' Council and directly send people to capture them and immediately let the disciplinary hall punish them severely. This way, he could achieve the purpose of intimidating others, and it could also show that his prestige as a sect leader was inviolable. After all, this matter was reasonable no matter what. And when Ling Chun submitted it to the Elders' Council, wasn't this clearly preparing to distort the truth? What's more, nearly half of the Elders' Council was the Divine Body faction's elders, and Kim People's faction did not necessarily have any advantage. Ling Shao sighed in his heart. It seems that I still have to rely on myself to solve this matter. By the way, the shadow assassination group that tried to assassinate you more than 10 years ago has already been eliminated. We don't know who the person who hired you to kill you is, but we guess that it might be done by that side, but we just don't have any evidence, Ling Chun said with a serious expression. When Ling Shao was killed, he was really quite angry, but unfortunately, in the end, he could not determine who hired the shadow assassination group to kill Ling Shao. Although there were people who suspected it, he did not dare to be 100% sure. Ling Shao waved his hand and said, "I will get to the bottom of this matter myself. Whoever wants my life, Ling Zhao's life, I will take his life." As he said that, Ling Shao revealed an extremely sinister expression, and a thick aura of hostility rose up. Even Ling Chun could sense Ling Zhao's anger, but he felt that the current Ling Shao seemed to be more confident and domineering compared to a decade ago. He sighed in his heart and said, "It seems that this kid is dissatisfied with me." Not long after, Ling Shao sent Ling Chun and Xiao Jinsai away. Only then did he have time to talk to his woman. Chapter 1290. Because Ling Shao had been sucked into the chaotic burial space, Yun Mingqi and Euro Fei both thought that it would be very difficult for Ling Shao to come out again. They had already made preparations to go in and find Ling Shao once their strength reached a higher level. Regardless of whether they lived or died, they would accept it. Their feelings for Ling Shao were equally deep. Fortunately, Ling Shao had returned, and they could finally laugh happily. At night, Ling Shao pulled them into his room to chat. In truth, the three of them had spent a lot of time chatting together, but they didn't have much time to talk in the same room at night. The two women seemed to have thought of something and wanted to refuse, But after not seeing Ling Xiao for so long, they finally went into the room with Ling Xiao. Sure enough, Ling Xiao brought them in, and in addition to talking about their yearning for each other over the years, he also pulled them to sleep together. They had a wonderful spring night dream of a dragon playing with two phoenixes, causing others to be envious. Ling Xiao also told the two women about his experiences over the years on the bed, causing the two women to feel scared as they listened. Ling Xiao took out some top-grade divine objects from the spatial rings he had obtained and gave them to the two women, so that they could advance faster in the future and have more life-saving means. Of course, he had to leave most of these resources for the soul race, so he couldn't use them all. After all, this was a huge divine treasury that Hun Feng had collected for countless years. That's right. Why don't I see father-in-law? Ling Xiao asked Euro Fei. Foster father is a person who can't stay still. He left Dragon Gate a few years ago, saying that he wanted to cultivate outside so that he could advance faster. Euro Fei said. In fact, she also knew that it was impossible for her foster father to stay by her side and let her take care of him for a lifetime. After all, her foster father's goal was the same as Ling Xiao's, pursuing the pinnacle of martial power. The next day, the news of Ling Xiao's return to the sect immediately spread throughout the Dragon Gate. The people of Kim people were all extremely excited. With Ling Xiao in charge, their new generation of God Kings felt a lot more at ease. After all, not only was Ling Xiao powerful, he was also a divine apothecary, which was enough to make many people admire him. On the other hand, the people of the Divine Body faction all looked worried, mainly because they had lost a lot of face because of what happened yesterday. Bad news travels 1,000 miles. The next day, the news of He Gong and Gong Sun Yang being slapped and kicked by Ling Xiao immediately spread throughout the Dragon Gate. Have you heard? Divine Master Ling returned to the sect yesterday. Those rumors should be dispelled by now. That's right. There must be some people who want to use this opportunity to cause trouble, but I think it's really possible that he entered the chaotic burial space. I heard that Divine Master Ling's strength has already reached the high-level God King realm, and he even kicked Elder He Gong and the new Divine Master Gongsun out of his peak. No, can't be. Divine Master Ling has become so powerful. Wasn't he just a low-level God King before? Even if he could jump 2 levels in a short dozen years, it's impossible for him to jump 2 levels in a row, right? Even if he really can jump 2 levels, he can't challenge Elder He Gong of Sinjin of Goguryeo, right? A lot of people saw this. Half of Elder He Gong's face was slapped off, and he said that he wanted Divine Master Gongsun to take over Divine Master Ling's peak. When Divine Master Ling came back, he didn't say anything and dragged them off the peak. Then doesn't that mean that Divine Master Ling also has the strength of Sinjin of Goguryeo? He's also a divine alchemist. Doesn't this double identity make him the most honorable senior elder in our Dragon Gate? It seems like the chaos in the sect is about to change. In Fong Bu-er's secret room, the important God Kings of the Divine Physique faction were gathered together. They were all famous existences on the Sinjin of Goguryeo list. On the Sinjin of Goguryeo list, Dragon Gate occupied more than 300 spots. So one could imagine that Dragon Gate's countless years of accumulation wasn't something other factions could compare to. Fong Bu-er crushed the 10,000-year-old jade cup in his hand, then glared at He Gong and shouted, "He Gong, what's going on?" Everyone's gazes fell on He Gong. All of them were indignant. He Gong was slapped in the face, but it wasn't just him who was slapped in the face, but also everyone present. He Gong's expression didn't look good either. He frowned and said, "That little bastard's strength isn't the same as before. I'm not his match anymore." "Bullshit, what's your strength? What's that kid's strength? Even if he improved a lot, how can he fight against a peak God King like you?" Fong Bu-er didn't believe He Gong's words at all. He Gong was also a little angry. "Do you think I'm suffering and let him bully me as he pleases? You're the one who got slapped." This was Fong Bu-er's first time being contradicted by He Gong, so his expression turned gloomy. At this time, the other Sinjin of Goguryeo said, "Stop cursing. He Gong, tell us the situation. How strong is that kid? If I'm not wrong, he should be a high-order god. But I'm afraid his true strength isn't just that." Otherwise, why didn't I even have a chance to resist? I really suffered for nothing. He Gong said angrily. Ever since he became the Senjin of Goguryeo, he hadn't been bullied like this for many years. Moreover, he was slapped in the face by a god king who was weaker than him. This was worse than death. At that time, he wanted to go back and fight a few hundred rounds with Ling Xiao, but he was afraid of causing more trouble, so he ran away with his tail between his legs. So he's not just a low-order god? Don't tell me he jumped 2 ranks in a short dozen years? That's impossible. Fong Bu'er said in disbelief. Didn't Shadow and the others say that he entered the chaotic burial space? Maybe that kid obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could he come out? He Gong replied. As soon as he said this, everyone fell into silence. They all accepted He Gong's guess. What a blunder. I already said that we shouldn't provoke those people too obviously. They will definitely seize the opportunity to make things difficult for us. A Senjin of Goguryeo said with a sigh. No. It's still uncertain who will make things difficult for us. That little bastard actually dared to beat up his elders. He really has no respect for his elders. Fong Bu'er said with narrowed eyes. For someone like him, he could turn white into black and black into white. He was indeed very, very arrogant. However, no one present agreed with his words. Because Ling Xiao had become so strong, it made them feel uneasy. If it was said that Ling Xiao only suppressed those juniors before, making them feel a little ashamed, then now Ling Xiao easily defeated He Gong. This strength was already enough to make them take him seriously. If Ling Xiao set up an arena to challenge them, these old fellows, like he did a dozen years ago, then it would be troublesome. If he won, then it would be fine, but if he lost, then it would greatly reduce their prestige. Motherf ****, a bunch of cowards. Looks like I still have to take action personally. If I don't get rid of this kid, I'm afraid it'll be hard to do things in the future. Fong Bu'er cursed in his heart. At the same time, he was calculating in his heart how to eradicate Ling Xiao. He absolutely could not give up like this. At this time, He Gong seemed to think of something and said, At that time, I was injured by him. It seems that the kid seems to know how to attack the divine soul with a strange power, causing me to be careless for a moment. That's why I fell for it. Power that attacks the divine soul? Everyone was stunned. Soon after, their expressions turned ugly. They looked at each other and softly exclaimed, Could he be someone from the Hun clan? Impossible. He has already been confirmed to be a member of the Kim people. How could he be a member of the Soul clan? Fong Bu'er immediately denied. There was no doubt that Ling Xiao was a member of the Kim people. This was something that the entire sect knew. It was impossible for a member of the Kim people to recognize a member of the Soul clan as their descendant. This was something that Fong Bu'er firmly believed. Right, it must be because of the divine hoop on his head. He Gong shouted as he thought of the key point. Everyone looked at He Gong, wanting to hear what he was talking about. I've never seen that little bastard wear a headband before, but this time, he came back with a black divine hoop with dragon and phoenix patterns on his forehead. Maybe it's the power of this divine hoop that can attack the divine soul. That's why I fell for it. He Gong confirmed, his old eyes exuding a strong sense of greed. Everyone knew just how terrifying the soul race was in ancient times. They might not seem very strong on the surface, but their soul power attacks were impossible to defend against. It was also because of this that the Soul clan became so terrifying. If Ling Xiao's divine hoop really had the power to attack the divine soul, countless people would probably fight to get their hands on it. Everyone present revealed an obscure look of greed, and their hearts began to move. Dragon Gate held a meeting of senior elders. Those who could be conferred the title of senior elder were all distinguished existences in the sect. Each of them was either a member of the Senjin of Goguryeo or a divine apothecary. This senior elder council included the sect master, Ling Chun, and there were over 100 people in total. Some of the Senjin of Goguryeo didn't have the qualifications to be selected. However, there were only 50 to 60 people present at this meeting, and most of them were either in seclusion or out. Dozens of Dragon Gate's upper echelons sat at the table, and all of them wore solemn expressions. Ling Chun sat at the head of the table, and his gaze swept across the crowd. Next, I will announce an extremely vile internal conflict. Divine Teacher Gong Sun, step forward. Gong Sun Yang glanced at his senior brother, Gong Tanjan, from his seat, and then walked out to greet Ling Chun. Greetings, Sect Master. Gong Sun Yang is here. A few days ago, you came to Ling Zhao's Divine Teacher Peak and tried to forcibly occupy Ling Zhao's peak. You even injured people. This is a blatant disregard for the sect's rules, and your crime is punishable by death. Since this is your first offense, and you are also the sect's 7th Divine Apothecary, I will remove you from your position as a senior elder and take back the peak bestowed upon you. You will be worshipped for 100 years, and you will receive 1,000 divine staffs. Do you have any objections? Ling Chun coldly looked at Gong Sun Yang. Gong Sun Yang panicked. It didn't matter if he lost his position as a senior elder and worshipped, but the 1,000 divine staffs could take his life. He bowed and cried out, Sect Master, I'm innocent. I didn't forcibly occupy Divine Teacher Ling's peak, and I didn't injure anyone. Chapter 1291. Gong Sun Yang truly felt wronged. He truly didn't want to take over Ling Zhao's peak. It was all because of He Gong's instigation that he didn't hit anyone. All he did was say a few overboard words, yet he was slapped a dozen times and lost quite a few of his front teeth. I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. How are you being wronged? Ling Chen asked. Generally speaking, any sect would treat a divine alchemist as an honored guest and wouldn't make things difficult for him over a small matter. It was just that Gong Sun Yang's success rate was too low. It was already quite good if he could refine 1 out of 10 divine materials. A divine alchemist like him was only acknowledged within the Dragon Gate, but not by the Alchemy Union's badge. His status was only a bit more respected than an ordinary great Saint Master. As such, Ling Chun didn't mind using him as an example. Of course, he would love it even more if he could bite out someone else. Gong Sun Yang glanced at He Gong, hoping that He Gong would speak up for him. However, He Gong closed his eyes and pretended like he didn't see anything. Gong Sun Yang was infuriated and cursed to himself. You want to leave after using me? Not a chance. Just as Gong Sun Yang was about to speak, a voice spoke up. Divine Alchemist Gong Sun is truly wronged. The one who hit him was someone else. Divine Alchemist Gong Sun was only an accomplice. The speaker was none other than Ling Xiao himself. It was rare for him to participate in such a high-level meeting, so he had to show his face no matter what. He had already been bullied by others. If he didn't retaliate, everyone would think that he was easy to bully. Gong Sun Yang followed along with Ling Zhao's words. Yes, I'm truly wronged. He Gong didn't think that Ling Xiao wouldn't let it go. He had already been beaten, what else did he want? He stared at the divine hoop on Ling Zhao's forehead, and his eyes flashed with fear, but also greed. Ling Chen glanced at Ling Xiao and said, Divine Master Ling, you are the person involved. Tell me, who do you think is the one who hurt a fellow disciple? Ling Chun was asking a question he already knew the answer to. He didn't dare to drag He Gong out to talk about this directly, as he was afraid that he would arouse the strong dissatisfaction of the Divine Body faction. However, it was different if it was brought up by Ling Xiao. However, the punishment would not be so severe. Ling Xiao glanced at He Gong and said faintly, There are many witnesses to this. Elder He Gong, if you don't come out and admit your mistake, when are you going to do it? What did I do wrong? Divine Teacher Ling, please don't slander me. He Gong stood up and shouted. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Elder He Gong, you don't think you're wrong? Don't tell me that my men were beaten up by you for nothing. I admit that Divine Master Gong Sun and I went to your peak, but we just wanted to discuss the matter of exchanging peaks. It's fine if you didn't want to, but you actually attacked us. If you want to talk about the wrongdoers, then you are the ones. He Gong said righteously. Then he turned to Ling Qian and said, Please punish Divine Teacher Ling. Divine Master Gong Sun and I were beaten out of the peak by him. This kind of behavior cannot be easily forgiven. He Gong was really courageous. He actually dared to hit back. He only dared to do this because there were many people from the Divine Body faction present today. Of course, he also knew that this wasn't very convincing, but he just wanted to divert attention so that he wouldn't be involved in this. Elder Hegong, you have to be responsible for your words. Ling Chun scolded. Of course, I won't slander anyone. I think Divine Master Gongsun will agree with me. Hegong replied. Gongsun Yang quickly nodded and said, yes, it's just like what Elder Hegong said. We just wanted to discuss with Divine Teacher Ling to see if we could exchange peaks. Originally, if he said he didn't want to exchange peaks, then we wouldn't force him. But since he attacked us, then he was in the wrong. Please help us, Sect Master. At this time, the people from the Divine Body faction immediately spoke up for them. Fong Bu-er was the first to speak. I don't believe that Elder Hegong and Divine Master Gongsun would do something like snatching someone else's peak. That's right, this is definitely slander. Sect Master can't just listen to their side of the story. Some people don't even consider the fact that they're from the same sect. I think we should severely punish these people. That's right, Elder Hegong and Divine Master Gongsun are not people who don't know their limits. There must be some misunderstanding, or maybe someone is deliberately framing them. Young people are quite impulsive. They just said a few words and then started beating people up. He really shouldn't have done that. If this continues, the elders in the sect will all be bullied by him. When the people from the Divine Body faction spoke, Kim People's people couldn't help but immediately retaliate. Suddenly, the hall became extremely noisy. All of you, quiet! Ling Chun shouted angrily from the seat of honor. Every time there was an elder meeting like this, something like this would happen. They simply didn't put him, the sect master, in their eyes. This matter is witnessed by all the elders on Divine Master Ling Mountain. Elder Hegong, Divine Master Gongsun, do you still want to refute it? Ling Chin asked. These people clearly attacked first, but they didn't admit it and even slandered them. Did they really think that he, the sect master, was just a decoration? They're all Divine Master Ling's people, so of course they're all on her side. Hegong said non-committally. I don't think this matter is very serious. Elder Hegong and Divine Master Gongsun came to cause trouble, while Divine Master Ling attacked first. I think they're both in the wrong. Let's just punish each of them for 10 years. An old man said. This person's words seemed fair, but in fact, he was on the side of the Divine Body faction. I also think this punishment is good. Anyway, both sides didn't lose anything, so why do we have to be so unhappy? We should make peace, Fong Bu-er said proudly. The other people from the Divine Body faction also agreed, but Kim People's people couldn't refute it. After all, not many people saw Hegong attack with their own eyes. On the contrary, many people saw Ling Xiao drag Hegong, Gongsun Yang, and the others down the mountain. When Ling Chun heard this, he couldn't help but feel angry. If they really did what they wanted, then today's meeting would become a laughingstock. Now he couldn't be partial to Ling Xiao after all. His words weren't very convincing. Ling Xiao sneered at the elders of the Divine Body faction, and finally fixed his eyes on Hegong and Gongsun Yang. It seemed that they were quite proud of themselves. Elder Hegong, since you want to deny it, there's nothing I can do, Ling Xiao said with a helpless expression. Hegong thought that Ling Xiao had admitted defeat, so he immediately said, what I said is the truth. How can I deny it? Gongsun Yang took the opportunity to say, that's right. I was even beaten by you at that time. Sect Master, you must help me. This fellow was a typical proud and obedient grandson. Don't worry. The Sect Master will definitely help you. I believe that the Sect Master will not change the punishment just now. Of course, Elder Hegong, you attacked my people, so I have to ask the Sect Master to help me settle this matter. As Ling Xiao spoke, a recording crystal pearl appeared in his hand. When Hegong saw Ling Xiao take out this thing, he instantly panicked. Ling Xiao brought the recording crystal pearl in front of Ling Chun and said, Sect Master, here is a record of how Elder Hegong made the first move. The facts are right in front of us. Elder Hegong broke the sect's rules. Sect Master, please punish Elder Hegong according to the sect's rules. Otherwise, I will definitely not accept it. Ling Xiao's words were very heavy, and also expressed his determination to punish He Gong. Otherwise, if Ling Chun admitted defeat in the end, then taking out the recording crystal pearl would be a waste. This recording crystal pearl was recorded by Sha Tian, who had been hiding in the dark. Ling Chen didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a move. He was pleasantly surprised, but he thought to himself, "This kid seems to have a problem with me. He actually didn't give me the recording crystal pearl before the meeting." Ling Chun looked at the recording crystal pearl and immediately shouted, "Everyone, look, is this what Elder He Gong said was done by Divine Teacher Ling? Simply lying through your teeth. A bunch of nonsense." Then he passed the recording crystal pearl to the other elders and said, "Everyone take a look. It is clear who attacked first. Let's see how to punish Elder He Gong." He Gong's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to destroy the recording crystal pearl, but he didn't have the courage to do so. He didn't expect that his moment of carelessness would be recorded by others. Now, he couldn't refute it even if he wanted to. On the other hand, Gong Sun Yang was slightly relieved. After all, he didn't injure anyone. On the contrary, he was the one who was beaten. "I don't think it's a big deal. Maybe it was their rude words that angered Elder He Gong," Fang Buer said. He naturally wanted to help He Gong, but he didn't know to what extent. He cursed in his heart, "Idiot. He actually left behind such a big tail. Humph, you guys turned black into white and white into black. Could it be that He Gong and Gong Sun Yang's brains are clamped? Running to someone else's territory to be scolded? I think it must be the two of them who want to forcefully occupy Divine Teacher Ling's territory. That's why they used force to suppress us. These people deserve to be beheaded." A Senjin of Goguryeo from Kim people coldly snorted. "That's right. There can be no circle without rules. Whoever breaks the sex rules must be punished." Another person from Kim people's faction replied, "I agree." Chong Haoyo's master faintly replied. His own disciple was being bullied. As a master, he also didn't look good. Now was the time to add insult to injury. The people from Kim people's faction started to speak out against He Gong and Gong Sun Yang. They didn't show any mercy, because this was the best opportunity to directly attack the Divine Body faction's arrogance. How could they miss it? The people from Divine Body faction wanted to say something, but they didn't know how to refute. "Elder He Gong is our sect's senior elder. We can't punish him so heavily just because he taught a junior a lesson. How are we going to teach our juniors in the future?" Fang Buer said. He knew that it would be difficult to protect He Gong. He could only try to reduce He Gong's sentence. If Ling Xiao hadn't returned, even if He Gong had taken down all the people on Ling Xiao's peak, no one would have said anything. "Does Commander Fang think that my subordinates can be bullied as they please?" Ling Xiao asked. Chapter 1292. This was the best time to get rid of the thorn in his side, and Ling Xiao definitely did not want to miss it. Unfortunately, Ling Chun still disappointed him. He actually raised the butcher's knife high up in the air, but gently put it down. He said that Elder He Gong had worked hard and could not be punished heavily because of such a small matter. Therefore, Elder He Gong was only punished with 10 years of stipend and was sent out to handle affairs for another 10 years. He could not return to the sect for the next 10 years. This was equivalent to letting He Gong go out to travel, and it did not cause him any actual harm. On the other hand, Gong Sun Yang was punished severely. He was punished with 50 years of stipend and was removed from his position as a senior elder. In the future, he would not be able to participate in such meetings. Gong Sun Yang cried out in grievance. After all, he really did not beat anyone up. The little bit of power that he had just gained was gone just like that. Anyone would not be happy about it. However, he could not win against the big shots, and could only swallow this bitterness. Ling Chen thought that he had punished He Gong lightly, and that he was trying to win people over. However, the people from the Divine Body faction felt that he was a coward and would not appreciate it. As for the people from the Kim people, they were all dissatisfied. Ling Chen's punishment was too hard to convince the masses. And because of this wrong decision, Ling Chun lost his position as the sect leader in the near future. Of course, No one knew that this was the result of Ling Xiao's vague response to the elders in the clan. Ling Xiao felt that such an indecisive sect leader could not be at ease, and how could he control the situation? After the meeting ended, Ling Xiao immediately returned to the Kim people and prepared to pay his respects to the elders in the clan. However, before that, he first went to see the prodigal and the 13th prince. Ever since Ling Xiao entered the chaotic burial dimension, they returned to the dragon-gazing mountain range and stayed in the depths of the mountain range. They knew that Ling Xiao was not dead, so they were not worried. Instead, they tried their best to nurture Little Gold, Muscle Man, and Dragon Horse. They were naturally overjoyed to see Ling Xiao return. I knew that boss would definitely be fine. You're the benevolent emperor that our race has chosen, the prodigal said very seriously. It was said that the humans assisted by the Qilin divine beast were all emperors born with great luck. This saying was not without reason. Ling Xiao smiled and patted the prodigal's forehead. Zizai, you're right. How could something happen to me so easily? The 13th prince said, Boss, when are you going to take us out? I'm bored to death here. 100 years will pass very quickly. The time it could spend with Ling Xiao was only 100 years. It didn't want to waste most of its time. It still wanted to explore the Qingyun realm. Well, don't worry. I'll take you out in a few days. Ling Xiao nodded. The prodigal and the 13th prince were both his capable subordinates. He couldn't let them waste their time here. Ling Xiao then noticed that Little Gold's current strength was already at the mid-stage of the 9th level. Muscle Man had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the 9th level and was only one step away from the high stage of the 9th level. The Dragon Horse had reached the peak of the 8th level and was only one step away from the 9th level. Don't underestimate their current strength. When they reached the 10th level, they would definitely have the ability to fight above their level. They were all mutated spiritual beasts and had special abilities. They wanted to follow Ling Xiao out like the prodigal and the 13th prince. However, Ling Xiao didn't have such plans for now. They were still a little weak. He comforted them to stay and see who could break through to the 10th level in the shortest time. To humans, the Divine King was a huge stepping stone. To spiritual beasts, reaching the 10th level was also a huge dividing line. If the power of their bloodline wasn't enough, it would be very difficult to reach that step. If they wanted to reach the 10th level, even if there were many beast cores for them to devour, it would take them hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. After conversing with them for a while, Ling Xiao rushed to the clan to pay his respects to the elders. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to return to the Shenling continent. However, he had something important to do and had to postpone it for now. Clan leader Ling Bo, Great Elder Ling Xiu, Ling Wei, and the other elders of the Kim people were there. If it was any other junior of the Kim people, it would be an honor to be received by one of the elders. Every time Ling Xiao returned, there would be several elders waiting for him. It had to be said that even the outer sect master, Ling Chun, didn't have such great prestige. Greetings, clan leader and elders. Ling Xiao greeted respectfully. Although he had some relationship with the soul race, his bloodline truly belonged to the Kim people. This point could not be erased. And in ancient times, the Kim people had just moved over from the Shenling continent and did not have much fame. They did not participate in the war against the soul race. Therefore, the soul race and the Kim people did not have much of a grudge. This was also why Ling Xiao did not need to worry about it. Haha! There's always a surprise every time I see you. This time is no exception. Ling Bo laughed heartily on the seat of honor. Great Elder Ling Xiu echoed. That's right. This kid is really a strange talent. To be able to come out from that place safe and sound, it's really a rare event in the past 10,000 years. Ling Wei did not say anything. His old eyes were also full of praise. One had to know that Ling Xiao was of the same bloodline as them. It had been more than a decade since Ling Xiao last saw them. But in these short 10-odd years, Ling Xiao jumped 2 ranks in a row and reached the strength of a high-level divine king. This speed of advancement could definitely make everyone speechless. Even those cultivators who seized bodies or those who obtained ancient inheritances couldn't compare to him. This kid was simply a freak. They guessed that Ling Xiao must have obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the chaotic burial space. The way they looked at Ling Xiao was already treating Ling Xiao as the most important junior. No one could replace Ling Xiao's position in the clan. Ling Xiao had another identity as a divine apothecary. Furthermore, his bloodline power was much denser than theirs. They had no choice but to pay attention to him. And why does that divine hoop look so familiar? Ling Wei stared at Ling Xiao's headband and thought to himself. Ling Wei was the most experienced person present, so he was naturally more knowledgeable than the others. However, he didn't ask Ling Xiao on the spot. Instead, he tried his best to recall something. We old fellows have all heard about what happened in the outer sect. Ling Chun is muddle-headed. Ling Bo sighed from his seat of honor. Then he said, "You gave him such a chance to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, but he didn't know how to make use of it. It seems like he, the sect leader, has been bullied for too long and has almost become a coward." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Perhaps the sect leader's state of mind has really changed because of the mundane matters." His words undoubtedly affirmed Ling Bo's words and also expressed his dissatisfaction with Ling Chun. What he meant was that Ling Chun was more suitable to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a few days. It might be better to pursue a higher realm. How could Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the others not understand Ling Xiao's meaning? They immediately started to plan in their hearts. Perhaps this sect leader should be changed. Little Chun has been at the peak of the God King stage for quite some time. Perhaps he can try to break through further. The elder from Ling Chen's faction said. He also felt that Ling Chen's actions had caused him to lose face, so he might as well bring it up directly to make him feel a little better. And I originally thought that Ling Chun would be the fastest to take that step, but he was actually surpassed by that brat Ling Fei. It seems like the management of the outer sect is indeed worrying. Ling Qiu sighed at the side. The words of these few big shots had undoubtedly determined Ling Chen's fate. As for who would take over Ling Chen's position, it was unknown. If this news were to spread out, those people from the Divine Body faction would all be jealous, especially Fong Bu'er. His desire for power was the strongest. Ling Xiao was just about to take his leave. He was definitely not interested in the position of sect leader. Unexpectedly, Ling Wei exclaimed, "I know what it is!" Everyone present was startled by Ling Wei's inexplicable shout. "Fourth Elder, what are you doing?" Ling Bo asked Ling Wei. Only then did Ling Wei come back to his senses. He immediately laughed dryly and said, "Haha! Nothing, it's just that I was just thinking about something and got distracted." Then he immediately changed the topic and said, "Xiao when can you return to the Shenling continent? With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to save the old ancestor." Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat embarrassed expression and said, "Great-grandfather, this matter, I'm afraid you still have to give me some time. I have some things to do. Let's wait for a few years. When I'm done with my things, I'll immediately return." Ling Xiao also wanted to return to see his family immediately. But now he had no choice but to settle the people of the soul race first. That's fine. Anyway, the old ancestor should still be safe. He can still endure it for a few years. However, the sooner you go back, the better. We don't want any accidents to happen. Ling Bo emphasized. "Yes, Patriarch," Ling Xiao replied. "Oh right. I heard that you taught a lesson to a Senjin of Goguryeo called Higong?" Ling Bo asked again. Teaching him a lesson is already too light for that kind of person. If it wasn't for the fact that he's a member of the sect, I would definitely not let him see the sun tomorrow. Ling Xiao revealed a sharp killing intent as he said, "That's right. To deal with those kinds of people, we must beat them until they are afraid. Only then will they not dare to cause trouble again. Sometimes, killing them to warn the others is more effective." Ling Qiu agreed. "Haha, that's right. We Kim people are not afraid of anyone. If anyone wants to make life difficult for us, we will make it even more difficult for them." Ling Bo echoed and said, "It seems that you already have the strength of a Senjin of Goguryeo. In 2 years, the Seal of God's altar will open once every 100 years. At that time, you can go and verify your ranking. Having the identity of a Sinjin of Goguryeo will only be good for you. There won't be any disadvantages. You can also experience the strength of the peak god kings of other influences. The investiture god altar had two lists. One was the Sinjin Kingdom Goguryeo list and the other was the Supreme Incipient God list. Those that could be recorded on the Divine Seal altar would become famous in their region and become the most respected figure in their region. Ling Xiao thought about it and said, "All right, I'll go there if I have time." Chapter 1293. To be honest, Ling Xiao really didn't have much interest in this Divine Seal altar. After all, with his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to casually kill 1,000 Divine King. At that time, wouldn't the divine light of verification come? Why did he need to spend so much effort to join the investiture of the gods? Shi Yan wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he agreed. He knew that some ancient families in seclusion would send some juniors to challenge the ranking list. And, in the Sky Dragon area, some ancient families used to attack the Soul Clan. Although they had left the stage of history, their foundation was still there. It was just that they didn't show it in normal times. After the rise of the Kim people, they didn't participate in worldly affairs anymore. Thus, ordinary people didn't know about their existence. However, they occupied a lot of people on the ranking list of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. From this, it could be seen that their hidden competence wasn't weaker than the super forces. Ling Xiao had inherited everything of Soul Wind, and he could be Soul Wind's reincarnation. He had to take revenge for the grudge against the Soul Clan. Of course, he hoped that the descendants of the Soul Clan would take revenge. That would motivate them to cultivate crazily. Anyway, he didn't mind killing some outstanding juniors of those races to pave the way for the descendants of the Soul Clan. After Ling Xiao bid farewell, he wanted to find Ling Fei. He heard that his brother had been in seclusion ever since he was relieved of his general position more than 10 years ago. However, he heard that he had come out of seclusion 2 years ago and had reached half-incipient God realm. He was the first warrior of the Kim people to reach half-incipient God realm in the last 3,000 years. Following his breakthrough, his position in the clan rose a lot. Unfortunately, by the time Ling Xiao found his residence, he had already been told to leave. Ling Xiao could only sigh and return to his place. However, when he returned to his house, Ling Wei was already waiting for him. Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling a little strange. They had just met. Why did his great-grandfather rush over again? Could it be that there was something he hadn't explained clearly? "Great-grandfather, why are you here?" Ling Xiao asked politely. Ling Wei stared at the Dragon Phoenix Divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead and said, "This is a divine hoop. Did you get it from the chaotic burial space?" Ling Xiao understood that his great-grandfather had recognized the origin of the Dragon Phoenix Divine hoop. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. Do you recognize it, great-grandfather?" Ling Wei sighed enviously and said, "How could I not recognize the Dragon Phoenix Divine hoop, one of the famous supreme artifacts of ancient times? It's just that I couldn't remember it at first." "You're really lucky." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "You probably don't care about the Sinjin of Goguryeo because you own it, right?" Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment before he replied, "Since great-grandfather has recognized it, then of course it is." The Dragon Phoenix Divine hoop was focused on defense, but it could also unleash soul power attacks. However, Ling Xiao did not use the power of the Dragon Phoenix Divine hoop to injure He Gong. After all, He Gong was not worthy of using its divine ability. "Haha. Good. Good. Such an important treasure has been obtained by you. No wonder you were able to come out of the chaotic burial space." Ling Wei laughed loudly, then his expression turned serious as he said, "But you should still take it out. If you wear it on your head all day, if someone discovers it, I'm afraid it will bring about a fatal disaster." Ling Xiao understood the reason behind Ling Wei's words. After all, there weren't many ancient god equipment like this in the heaven realm, and every single one of them was a sect-protecting treasure of the various great powers. For Ling Xiao to carry such an ancient godly artifact on his head all day long, it would be hard for him not to be noticed. However, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to remove it in a short time. What is it? Can't you control it? Ling Wei said worriedly. If he was controlled by an ancient godly artifact, that would not be good. After all, weapons that had become divine artifacts would all have artifact souls, and some powerful artifact souls could even control a person's mind and take over their body. Although this type of artifact soul was rare, it still had to be guarded against. After all, what was above Ling Xiao's head was an ancient god artifact, and the artifact soul inside was abnormally powerful. Ling Wei was also worried that Ling Xiao had been controlled by the artifact soul. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Great-grandfather, you're thinking too much. I'm currently in the period of getting used to it. I believe that it will disappear from my forehead before long." This Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was different from ordinary divine artifacts. It was forged by Hun Feng, and it would only choose a descendant of the soul race as its master. Since Ling Xiao was Hun Feng's chosen successor, it was perfectly normal for it to automatically recognize Ling Xiao as its master. However, when Hun Feng became a top-notch sovereign, he injected a large amount of soul power, divine power, and spiritual energy into the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, causing the artifact soul inside to fuse with him. It could be said that this Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was equivalent to a part of his body. Therefore, Hun Feng always wore it on his forehead, and over time, he developed a feeling of flesh and blood connection with it. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao had this feeling when he wore the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. However, because of this, removing the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was equivalent to removing a piece of his flesh, and it was not easy. Unless Ling Xiao's soul power reached the level of a top-notch sovereign, he would not be able to remove the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop at will. Otherwise, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop would be worn on his forehead for the rest of his life. This was also the will of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to protect Ling Xiao's life. Could also be said that it was the will of Hun Feng. After all, with the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, as long as he didn't encounter a top-notch ancient god artifact, Ling Xiao's head wouldn't have any problems, and he would be able to protect his life first when he encountered any danger. Ling Xiao's words were only perfunctory to Ling Wei. He didn't know how long it would take for his soul power to reach the level of a top-notch sovereign. Fortunately, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop's appearance was very cool. If it was ugly, Ling Xiao would have taken it off even if he was beaten to death. That's good. Then try your best to fuse with it and avoid being recognized by others. That will be quite troublesome, Ling Wei reminded. Although Kim people did not participate in the soul extermination battle, they all knew about that battle. The soul race had committed a great taboo, which was why all the races had joined forces to exterminate them. If Ling Xiao's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop were to be found out by those people, even a sovereign would come out to kill Ling Xiao and snatch it away. After all, such a Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was equivalent to a life-saving treasure, and it could also attack someone's soul in a surprise manner. It was also a great help in killing enemies. Afterwards, Ling Wei gave some instructions to Ling Xiao before leaving. Ling Xiao stayed in the sect for a few days, concentrating on refining a batch of low-level pills. He was prepared to give them to the soul race people. Their physiques were too weak, so he had to first improve their physiques and increase their physical strength. He also had to clean up their meridians and acupoints and raise their cultivation speed. At the same time, he refined another batch of divine pills. A portion was left for Kim people, and a portion was given to Dragon Gate to buy their hearts. Of course, these materials had to be accounted for by the clan and Dragon Gate. He wasn't so powerful that he could provide divine pills to others for free. Half a year later, Ling Xiao brought the prodigal and the 13th prince out of the clan and returned to the outer sect. Just as he returned to his mountain peak, he noticed that there were many unfamiliar auras there. Ling Xiao thought that something had happened again, so he hurriedly went to the main hall. It turned out that these people weren't here to cause trouble, but to pay their respects to him, the divine apothecary. Some of them wanted him to refine pills for them, while others wanted to join his mountain peak and work for him. Ling Xiao had to personally receive them, After all, they were all elders of the same sect, so he had to give them some face. After a long while, Ling Xiao finally sent these people away. With his current popularity, he wouldn't dare to say that he was number one in Dragon Gate, but he was definitely in the top few. He had already become a legend in Dragon Gate and the idol of all the younger generation disciples. Many disciples wanted to worship Ling Xiao as their master, but Ling Xiao didn't accept any of them. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but he was too busy now. When he could calm down, he would plan to accept more disciples. Ling Xiao stayed on his mountain peak for 2 days, then went to Dragon Gate's book collection pavilion to look for some ancient records. He wanted to understand more about the ancient races, as well as where they were hiding, so that it would be easier for him to act in the future. One had to know that the Soul Race had many enemies, and they were from all the major regions, not just the Sky Dragon region. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to find out how many races they had survived, and where they were living now. After a few days, Ling Xiao came out of the book collection pavilion. When he returned to his mountain peak, Ling Gang had already returned from an errand. He had long known the news of Ling Xiao's return, but when he saw Ling Xiao again, he was shocked speechless. Anyone who saw a person soar to high-level Divine King Realm from low-level Divine King Realm in a short dozen years would be greatly shocked. Needless to say, Ling Gang could guess that Ling Xiao obtained a big lucky chance in the chaotic burial space. While he was envious in his heart, he was also filled with reverence. Recalling back then when his uncle Xiao was low-level, he slaughtered Senjin of Goguryeo, and did not even place Senjin of Goguryeo in his eyes. Now that he reached this strength, coupled with his combat power, he probably had the confidence to face Senjin of Goguryeo head-on and win. After Ling Xiao and Ling Gang exchanged pleasantries, Ling Gang told Ling Xiao a piece of news. It turned out that this time, Ling Gang was searching for the whereabouts of the Shadow Assassination Group's leader, Shadow. It said that over a dozen years ago, the Shadow Assassination Group was annihilated, but that leader only escaped with heavy injuries and was not killed. As long as he caught Shadow, then the culprit who harmed Ling Xiao back then could be found. It was just a pity that Ling Gang did not find Shadow on this trip, making him return disappointed. However, Ling Xiao found out from his mouth that the last place Shadow appeared was actually the place he was preparing to head to. That place was precisely where the Soul Race's ancestral land was located. If I can catch that guy and prove that it was Feng Bu'er, He Gong, and the rest who instructed to assassinate me, then I can get rid of them openly and justifiably, Ling Xiao secretly thought in his heart. Chapter 1294. The ancestral land of the Soul Clan was between the Sky Dragon area and the Sky Sparrow area. It was called the Devil Soul area mainly because it was the territory of the Soul Clan. However, after the Soul Clan disappeared in the long river of history, the Soul Clan's territory was renamed. Now it was called the Sword Land. Why was it called the Sword Land? The biggest force in this area was the Sword Cleansing Manor. All the forces that relied on them were part of the Sword Cleansing Manor. That was why it was called the Sword Land. Of course, the Sword Cleansing Manor wasn't located in the ancestral land of the Soul Clan. It was just not too far away. Ling Xiao's goal this time was to go to the so-called Sword Land. This time he brought his 2 women, his master, the demonic emperor, Feng Qingyuan, Xu Ziqian, Lu Piapiao, Ling Gang, Mo Inyo, and the others. There were around 30 people in total. Each of them had the power of a king god. Ling Xiao didn't want to bring so many people. However, Ling Gang didn't dare to let Ling Xiao move alone. He had to protect Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Gang wanted to come and see if he could meet Gloomy Shadow. Although Gloomy Shadow wasn't one of the Senjin of Goguryeo, he wasn't any weaker than the Senjin of Goguryeo. According to the investigations, Gloomy Shadow could be a member of the Dark Shadow clan. This was because the Gloomy Shadow secret technique he used was a secret of the Dark Shadow clan. However, the Dark Shadow clan had declined. In the Antiquity time, they were one of the strongest clans among the 100 clans. However, they had participated in the war against the Soul Clan. They had invested the most manpower and resources. In the end, they were almost destroyed by the Soul Clan. As a result, after so many years of recuperation, they didn't have any outstanding juniors. They couldn't show the prestige of the ancient clan anymore. It was said that the Dark Shadow clan lived not far from the ancestral land of the Soul clan. However, that place was hidden. Moreover, it was surrounded by many dangerous mountains. It would be troublesome to find them. Of course, this was all speculation. Couldn't be confirmed. In other people's eyes, the Dark Shadow clan was a declining ancient family. However, Ling Xiao didn't think so. Actually, before the Soul clan had risen, the Dark Shadow clan had existed. The Dark Shadow clan often bullied the Soul clan's warriors. The relationship between the two clans wasn't good, but the Soul clan was the weaker one. Later on, the Soul clan became stronger and had the competence to compete with the Dark Shadow clan. Large and small-scale battles often broke out between the two races. Eventually, when the Soul clan gained the upper hand, they prepared to massacre the entire Dark Shadow clan. However, in the end, the Dark Shadow clan had saved a lot of forces and escaped. Because of this, the Dark Shadow clan had started to contact the great ancient clans to deal with the Soul clan. Although the Dark Shadow clan had suffered a big loss in that battle, they must have left some inheritance. At this moment, the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan shouldn't be weak. Perhaps, they had been recuperating and waiting for the moment to rise again. Of course, some of the higher echelons of the forces guessed that the sword-washing manner had something to do with the Dark Shadow clan. Eventually, after many investigations, they found that the two had nothing to do with each other. Thus, they didn't make wild guesses anymore. When Ling Gang came here, he also wanted to check the Dark Shadow clan. Unfortunately, he didn't have a good excuse, so he had to do it. After a long time of traveling, they finally arrived at the Swordland. When they arrived at a city, the evil emperor said that he wanted to part ways with Ling Xiao. It was because the evil emperor wanted to take Shu Ziqian to the Shu family to solve the matter between him and Shu Ziqian. This was something that the demonic emperor had discussed with Ling Xiao beforehand. Little Xiao, let's stop here. We have to go through 2 more cities to reach the Shu family's city. After we're done, I will find you, said the evil emperor. Ling Xiao said, Teacher, how about this? We will go with you. The evil emperor smiled. What? Are you afraid that I can't control the situation? Don't worry and go do your thing. I can solve my problem. Ling Xiao knew that his teacher cared about his reputation, so he didn't force him. However, he still asked some elders of Dragon Gate to follow the evil emperor to prevent the Shu family from being too arrogant. The evil emperor didn't oppose this. With the Dragon Gate's people following them, he believed that the Shu family wouldn't dare to say anything even if they were bold. After Ling Xiao bid farewell to the evil emperor, he took the others to continue their journey. Demon Soul City was a city built by the Soul clan in the antiquity time. Although the Soul clan had been exterminated, the name of Demon Soul City had never changed. Demon Soul City used to be under the jurisdiction of the Sword-Washing Manor, but the Sword-Washing Manor didn't dare to control it. Others might not know who was behind the Demon Soul City, but the Sword-Washing Manor knew that this was the Dark Shadow clan's territory. This was the only property that the Dark Shadow clan had shown to the world. They didn't dare to provoke them. Ordinary people only knew that this was a free trade city. It was guarded by the Peak God King Yingfeng. Normally, no one dared to cause trouble here. Ling Xiao and the others arrived at this ancient city with a long history. This ancient city was no less lively than the other famous cities. After all, one could trade freely here. After paying a certain entrance fee, they could deal with their own goods. They didn't need to worry about any management fees. Many of the items that the roving bandits robbed would be traded in this city. Moreover, this place was close to the Sky Sparrow City and all the territory gates. It could be said that the border between these two places had a unique advantage. If it were in the past, Ling Xiao would definitely find some good treasures in this place. However, he didn't have the mood to do so now. When he stepped into the ancient city, he actually felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had returned to his hometown. The Dragon Phoenix Divine circlet on his forehead also let out a cheer that only he could hear. Seems like I didn't find the wrong place. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. After entering the city, they found a relatively luxurious restaurant. Ling Xiao planned to have a drink with his people before deciding on anything else. During the meal, Ling Gang told Ling Xiao about the gloomy shadow. This person had disappeared in this city. He suspected that the gloomy shadow had a relationship with the city master, Ing Feng. They should both be members of the Dark Shadow Clan. The Gloomy Shadow Assassination Group could be a team that the Dark Shadow Clan had sent out to collect money. Or they wanted to probe the situation first and were preparing to come out again. After hearing this news, Ling Xiao had a plan. Whether this news is true or not, I have to investigate it carefully. At night, although Ling Xiao slept with the two women, his God Soul clone quietly left his sea of consciousness and flew towards the city master's mansion. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger had already reached the soul concealment stage. If he didn't want others to notice his doppelganger, no one would be able to. Even ordinary supreme martial artists wouldn't be able to sense it. After all, Ling Xiao's God Soul had reached the half-incipient God realm. His power was not the same as before. The city master's mansion was heavily guarded. It was almost as if there were 3 guards and 5 sentries. It was not easy for ordinary people to sneak in. However, to Ling Xiao, no one would be able to sense him even if he flew directly above the city master's mansion. Ling Xiao scanned the area with his divine consciousness and found that there were many hidden God King auras. However, none of them could pose a threat to him. He observed the surrounding situation. After confirming that there were no large-scale formations, he dove towards the brightly lit main hall. When he arrived at the entrance of the main hall, there were many people drinking to their heart's content. There were also courtesans singing and dancing. It was a lively and joyous scene. The middle-aged man sitting on the main seat should be the city master of Demon Soul City, Ing Feng. This person had a dignified appearance and had a domineering aura. He had the demeanor of a city master. However, there was another middle-aged man with a cold and gloomy aura sitting on the same level as him. He was actually sitting on his left. It seemed that this person's status was not lower than Ing Feng's. Ling Xiao, who was outside the door, recognized this person immediately. It was Hidden Shadow whom Ling Gang had been searching for. Ling Xiao had seen his portrait from Ling Gang before. Although there were some discrepancies, he felt that he could not be wrong. "Brother, I told you not to do that. Sooner or later you will get into trouble. When I heard that you were killed, I was worried for you," Ing Feng said to Hidden Shadow. "Brother Feng, if I could be like you and be ranked as a city master by the clan, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Damn, I didn't expect those fellows from Dragon Gate to be so untrustworthy. They thought that I wouldn't be able to guess who they were just by changing their appearances. They actually tortured and killed hundreds of my brothers. If I didn't use a secret technique to escape, I would have lost my life. Damn it!" Hidden Shadow said angrily as he gulped down a mouthful of wine. "In your line of work, there is a high income, but there is also a high risk. Right now, the Heavenly Dragon Sect is fighting amongst themselves. If you sell the news of them bribing you to the Jin clan, I believe they will have a good show to watch," suggested Ing Feng. "I also intend to do that, but I'm afraid that my matter will bring trouble to the Kim people. It won't be good if it causes trouble for the clan," Hidden Shadow said with some concern. "You don't have to worry about this. Although my clan has declined, it has not declined to the point where others can bully us. But you are right, let's talk about this later," Ing Feng replied, following which he said, "In the future, you will temporarily stay by my side. I will naturally explain things to the clan." "Thank you, Brother Feng," Hidden Shadow replied with a smile. Then, he looked at the courtesan who was twisting her body. With a wave of his hand, he pulled the courtesan over. "Come, beauty, drink with me," Hidden Shadow said as he hugged the courtesan. At the same time, the hand that was hugging her had already touched the courtesan's half-naked chest. Ing Feng knew Hidden Shadow's character, so he didn't say anything. He only said a few words and retreated to the backyard. "Seems like I was right. It should be Feng Buer who bribed the Hidden Shadow assassination group." Ling Xiao had already confirmed his guess after listening to the conversation between the two of them. When he was chased by the Hidden Shadow people, it was the work of a mole from Dragon Gate. Chapter 1295. Ling Xiao didn't expect to bump into the person he was looking for. This saved him a lot of effort. Since Hidden Shadow was drinking with the beauties, he would let him enjoy himself for a while. Otherwise, people would say that he was heartless. Ling Xiao quietly followed Yingfeng's direction. He turned to the front of a pavilion. There were many people guarding here. After Yingfeng entered his room, Ling Xiao heard obscene sounds coming from inside. Yingfeng was probably even more lustful than Hidden Shadow. He immediately started doing it the moment he returned to his room. This really made Ling Xiao depressed. He really wanted to rush in and kill that Yingfeng immediately. But when he heard those humming sounds, his body started to heat up. Without a choice, his real body couldn't wait to enjoy the two beauties beside him. Just as Yingfeng was about to reach the peak of his excitement, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared through the window. He saw two glistening white bodies intertwining nonstop. It was very eye-catching. "Sir, you're awesome. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die." That beauty kept making obscene sounds. Yingfeng's attention was completely focused on this woman. He kept sprinting while saying, "Have fun. This city lord can make you feel like you're in heaven every night." Ling Xiao didn't have time to admire them. He moved like the wind and slashed at their necks. At this moment, Yingfeng seemed to have sensed something. His lower body's movement slowed down. Unfortunately, he only suspected that someone had entered. He didn't know that his opponent's attack had already reached him. Pu Piu. Ling Xiao used his hand as a knife. He didn't hold back at all. The heads of the two bodies were immediately chopped off. The two souls rushed out in panic and wanted to escape. However, before they could escape, Ling Xiao had already captured them and devoured them. Ling Xiao did all this in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one could detect it. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao sent out an intense baleful death qi to corrode the two corpses. Ling Xiao kept the spatial ring. He was not in a hurry to leave, but continued to sit there and digest Yingfeng's memories. Sure enough, Yingfeng was the spokesperson of the Nether Shadow clan on the surface. That Nether Shadow was a cousin of Yingfeng, and the title of Nether Shadow was just an alias. Of course, Shadow was nothing in Ling Xiao's eyes. Later, he would catch him off guard and place the soul-locking curse on him. After that, he would control this person to go to the Dragon Gate as a witness. That would be the time to kill Feng Bu, Hegong, and the others. The reason why Ling Xiao had killed Yingfeng was that he wanted to know the current situation of the Dark Shadow clan. He wanted to know the next step of his plan. According to Yingfeng's memory, the Dark Shadow clan couldn't be compared to the Kim people. Although their clansmen were much more than the Kim people, not many of them could cultivate the Nether Shadow secret technique. The most important thing was that in the antiquity time, 70 to 80% of the supreme experts of the Dark Shadow clan and incipient God Realm and God King God Realm experts had fallen. The inheritance and resources they had left behind were even fewer. Although they had been developing for so many years, as the other forces had risen, the Dark Shadow clan couldn't show the mighty prestige of the ancient clan anymore. Thus, they had chosen to hide and accumulate their forces first. Later on, they would rebuild their prestige. Today, the Dark Shadow clan had 2 supreme experts and some half-incipient God Realm experts. The number of God King God Realm experts wasn't less than those super forces. The Senjin of Goguryeo also had several of them. The reason why the Senjin of Goguryeo didn't have that many people was that they didn't send their warriors to compete for the rankings. Otherwise, they wouldn't be weaker than those super forces. Anyway, not everyone cared about the reputation of the Senjin of Goguryeo. As long as they were strong enough, they would be respected wherever they went. Knowing this situation, Ling Xiao thought that it wouldn't be easy to destroy the Dark Shadow clan and take back the territory of the Soul clan. Although his cauldron had dozens of gods' corpses and demon corpses to help him, he didn't have the real experts at the supreme level. He only had 2 half-incipient God Realm experts. If they had to fight, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between their teeth. Of course, it wasn't the reason why Ling Xiao had to back off. At this moment, he didn't need to eradicate the Dark Shadow clan immediately. He wanted to find a remote place for the Soul clan's warriors to stay. He would tell them that this place was their ancestral land. If they wanted to take back everything that belonged to them, they had to work hard to cultivate and increase their competence. As long as they controlled their behaviors and kept a low profile, they wouldn't expose their identities as members of the Soul Clan. Then they wouldn't be in any danger. Of course, Shi Yan had to consider this later. Ling Xiao quietly left Ying Feng's room. When he returned to the hall, he found the room full of obscene scenes. The people who were drinking at the scene had already stripped the courtesans naked and pressed them down on their crotches, using all their strength to penetrate. Each of their movements was extremely difficult. It was really a living erotic scene. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. "A bunch of perverts," Ling Xiao observed. Besides Gloomy Shadow sitting in the upper seat, the others weren't weak. It wasn't hard for him to kill them all. Ling Xiao didn't want to watch more. His figure dashed and attacked the groaning King God Realm warriors. His half-incipient God Realm power wasn't just for show. His power was many times stronger than the King God Realm warriors. Adding his wind attribute speed, his body was extremely fast. Puff puff. Except for Gloomy Shadow, the others were all killed in just a blink of an eye. Gloomy Shadow, who was in the middle of his penetration, immediately sensed the situation. His lower body was so scared that it shriveled up. He was a peak God Realm warrior, but he didn't know that someone had sneaked in and killed everyone here. It wasn't hard to imagine how intimidating that person was. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He threw away the courtesan he was hugging and shouted, "Who is it? Get out here." "Haha. Guess who I am?" Ling Xiao smiled sinisterly, approaching Gloomy Shadow step by step. Gloomy Shadow scanned around, but he couldn't find Mao Ying. He used his soul consciousness to scan the area several times, but he couldn't find any aura. He thought that he was seeing a ghost. Is it an elder of our tribe? Gloomy Shadow thought. The Gloomy Shadow clan could cultivate a secret technique that could hide their tracks. Ordinary people couldn't find them. Gloomy Shadow had cultivated this secret technique to the Great Realm, so it wasn't hard for him to hide himself. However, as he was being targeted, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Who is it? Don't play tricks. Is it Ghost Shadow's seventh uncle? Or is it Elder Ing Yun? Gloomy Shadow already had the divine weapon in his hand. He looked around and shouted. His expression was filled with anxiety. He had always been the one to hide and scare people. Today, he was being threatened by someone else. It really made him feel very scared and angry. Guess who I am? Guess who I am? Ling Xiao had the intention to scare this assassin leader who had sent people to hunt him down before. He laughed sinisterly. This voice reverberated throughout the hall, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. That courtesan fainted from the shock of this voice. Gloomy Shadow was furious. If this continued, he would be at a loss for what to do. "Show yourself," Ying shouted in shock. He waved the divine sword in his hand, and a gale of swordlight instantly filled the hall and blasted it to pieces. Rumble, rumble. Gloomy Shadow couldn't care less. He instantly soared into the sky, planning to hide first. His motive was to attract Ying Feng's attention, so that the people in the City Lord's mansion would come to help. Ling Xiao had long been prepared for this move of Gloomy Shadow's. However, he wasn't worried about causing any commotion. He didn't think that there would be anyone here who could detect his presence. The experts in the City Lord's mansion were all alarmed. They didn't know what was going on. Then, a panicked voice was heard. Not good. Lord City Lord has been killed. As soon as this voice came out, everyone's expression changed. The strongest person here was their Lord City Lord. He actually didn't know that he had been killed by someone else. Many experts flew toward the building where the City Lord was located one by one. Gloomy Shadow was scared out of his wits. Ying Feng's strength was about the same as his, but he was actually killed by someone silently. He couldn't help but think, Could it be that a supreme martial artist has made a move? Thinking of this, he became even more worried. Without thinking, he immediately fled into the distance. Perhaps he would only feel safe if he returned to his clan. Trying to escape? No way. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and immediately chased after him. Before Gloomy Shadow could fly far, he felt a pain at the back of his head. He immediately fainted. Ling Xiao didn't want to lose such a puppet helper. After he returned, he would control him and get him to go to the Dragon Gate and say that Feng Buer had bribed him with the heavy crystal. At that time, it would be the time for him to openly kill someone. Ling Xiao brought Gloomy Shadow back to the restaurant and settled him down. When the sun rose, his divine soul doppelganger and his real body would merge, and he would be able to use the soul lock curse on Gloomy Shadow. On the second day, the news of the Demon Soul City Lord being killed spread throughout the city like a plague. The number of guards in the city had doubled compared to usual. They were constantly interrogating the martial artists coming and going here, causing everyone to be on tenterhooks. When the Dark Shadow clan heard this news, the entire clan was shocked. Demon Soul City was a city that they used to accumulate wealth on the surface. It was relatively important. Hence, they sent a peak divine king like Ying Feng to guard the city, just in case. But now, he was killed by someone else. They couldn't help but pay more attention to this matter. They sent a half-incipient God Realm expert to investigate this matter. When these people investigated Ling Zhao's team, Ling Gang revealed his identity as a member of the Dragon Gate. Immediately, they didn't dare to question him. However, this had aroused the suspicion of the Dark Shadow clan. After all, Ying Feng's competence was there. The person who could sneak into the city lord's palace and kill him must have a terrifying competence. Moreover, Ling Gang, the Senjin of Goguryeo, had coincidentally appeared here. They suspected that Dragon Gate had done this. However, although they were suspicious, they didn't dare to randomly accuse others. Chapter 1296. Ying Feng, the city master of the Demon Soul City, was killed. Who did it after all? How daring! After the Dark Shadow clan's warriors left, Ling Gang asked Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. As Ling Gang was Kim people's man, he naturally knew who Ying Feng was. The Dark Shadow clan usually kept a low profile. Most of them just wandered around Demon Soul City. Ying Feng wasn't weak, but he was killed so easily. Ling Gang was surprised. Haha, maybe he stole someone else's woman and was killed by them, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He wouldn't go back and announce this. He didn't want Ling Gang and the others to worry about him. After staying in Demon Soul City for several days, the Dark Shadow clan couldn't find the murderer. They could only relax their vigilance and let the people in the city resume their freedom. They didn't continue to investigate. However, the security of the city master's palace was much stricter than before. Ling Xiao and the others didn't stay any longer and left the city. Ling Xiao seemed to be aimlessly flying around the village outside Demon Soul City. The others didn't know what he wanted to do, but they were too embarrassed to ask. They just followed him around. In fact, Ling Xiao wanted to find the place where the Soul Clan used to live. With his memory and the changes in the past tens of thousands of years, that place wasn't easy to find. After half a month, Ling Xiao still couldn't find the slightest sense of familiarity. Today, Ling Xiao and the others stopped at a mountain peak to rest. Ling Gang couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Xiao, what are you looking for?" His question was a little presumptuous, but he just wanted to share some of Ling Xiao's worries. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while and said, "I want to find the Demon Soul Valley." He believed that Ling Gang was one of his own and would never spread the news. Demon Soul Valley? What does it have to do with Demon Soul City? Ling Gang asked. As soon as he said this, Ling Xiao knew that he didn't know where that place was. Of course, the word must was passed down from ancient times. Ling Xiao wasn't sure what name it had changed to. He had looked through many ancient records, but he couldn't find any relevant information. Furthermore, he couldn't find any information about this from Ying Feng's memories. Logically speaking, as an ancient race, the land of the soul race should be very famous. But now it had become an unknown place. This made him quite depressed. "Forget it. I'll walk around again," Ling Xiao said as he waved his hand. A few days later, according to Ying Feng's memory, Ling Xiao arrived at the largest ancient mountain closest to Demon Soul City. This ancient mountain range was known as the Ghost Mountain Range. It was said that there were remnants of ancient ghosts in this mountain range. If a normal person were to enter, their soul would be devoured and they would die. It was also said that there was a strange spirit beast that could attack the soul, and this spirit beast was known as the Horned Soul Beast variant spirit beast. Ling Xiao wondered if the Ghost Mountain Range was where the Demon Soul Valley was located. From ancient times until now, many landforms had undergone tremendous changes due to the war. It was normal for Ling Xiao to not be sure. If it really didn't work, he could only settle the people of the Soul Race at the outskirts of the Ghost Mountain Range. After all, if there was a Horned Soul Beast in the Ghost Mountain Range, it would be more suitable for the Soul Race to use as a mount. The two of them would complement each other. Ling Gang had some understanding of this mountain range. He reminded Ling Xiao, "Uncle Xiao, there are many holy beasts here, you have to be careful." I know what I'm doing." Ling Xiao replied and chose a place to land. He didn't plan to explore the situation here himself. He thought of a better way to understand if the Ghost Mountain Range was related to the Soul Race. After everyone landed, Ling Xiao sent the prodigal boy to the side. He wanted the prodigal boy to find a few old holy beasts and ask them if this was the old land of the Soul Race. After all, holy beasts had a long lifespan. As long as they didn't die, they could live on forever. Furthermore, they usually lived in their own territories and rarely moved. A few days later, the prodigal boy finally found out some news. He found out from a stage 10-3 scaled armored beast that there were indeed humans living here a long time ago. However, after a shocking change, no humans came here to settle down. After these years of changes, this place had become an ancient mountain range, the true territory of the spirit beasts. After hearing this news, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that he had found the right place. As long as this was the ancestral land of the Soul Race, it was fine. There was no need to find the original place, as that place had probably been destroyed and became the residence of the spirit beasts. If the people of the Soul Race lived there, it would be inconvenient. They were still very weak, and it was not suitable for them to live in a more dangerous place. After Ling Xiao had scouted many places, he finally chose an inconspicuous place in the Ghost Mountain Range as the base for the Soul Race to return to the Heaven Realm. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want anyone else to know about this. After choosing a place, Ling Xiao brought Ling Gang and the others back to the Dragon Gate. He said that he wanted to cultivate in seclusion here for a period of time. Ling Gang didn't agree at first, but he could guess what Ling Xiao couldn't let them know. He could only helplessly bring them back. Ling Xiao's strength was no longer the same as before. As long as he didn't meet a Zhizun, he believed that nothing would happen to him. "Looks like it's time for me to leave." Lu Piapiao watched Ling Gang and the others leave and sighed softly not far from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the woman who was known as the #1 beauty in the Sky Dragon region with some reluctance. He thought to himself, "I've neglected her these days." "Big sister, where are you going?" Ling Xiao asked with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Any man would want to take this beautiful woman for himself. Although Ling Xiao didn't care about this, he couldn't deny that Lu Piapiao's beauty had attracted him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared her life in the chaotic burial space. "I'm looking for my master. I also want to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time to see if I can go further," Lu Piapiao said faintly. She had also obtained some opportunities in the chaotic burial space. He believed that as long as she could meditate for a period of time, there would be a possibility for her to go further. "Then, I wish you a safe journey. Remember to come and see me when you have time," Ling Xiao said. Then a divine material appeared in his hand. "This is the Wind and Moon Flower. I believe it will help you when you break through." The Wind and Moon Flower was an incipient God Realm material that was closest to the land of moonlight. It was one of the most precious materials that Ling Xiao had obtained from those space rings. For Lu Piapiao, who cultivated wind attribute, this was definitely a supreme divine material that was very tempting. Lu Piapiao hesitated for a while but still took the divine material that Ling Xiao gave her. Her beautiful eyes looked at Ling Xiao without blinking. There was an inexplicable emotion in her eyes. She said, "I will come and find you again." After that, She disappeared in front of Ling Xiao like a light breeze. I hope you can keep your word. Ling Xiao sighed with a bit of melancholy. Now, Ling Xiao only had Yun Mingqi, Euro Fei, Sha Tian, Mo Inyo, and Hidden Shadow. Of course, the prodigal and the 13th prince were also here. Ling Xiao had already told Yun Mingqi and Euro Fei everything that he had encountered in the chaotic burial space. Thus, he didn't mind letting them stay. As for the others, they were under his control. He didn't need to worry that they would reveal any secrets. Ling Xiao released the people of the Soul Clan from the Divine Cauldron. The people of the Soul Clan felt the different spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the heaven realm. They were all pleasantly surprised. There were more than a dozen people who were stuck at a bottleneck. When they felt the rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth, they were actually about to break through at this moment. Yun Shifu, Yun Li, and the others led a group of people and knelt before Ling Xiao and said gratefully, "Thank you, Ancestor, for bringing us back to the ancestral land." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Get up. Since I am your ancestor, it is my duty to bring you back to the ancestral land to live. However, in the future, you must redouble your cultivation and improve your strength as soon as possible. Don't cause trouble." Ling Xiao said a lot of principles in order to make them remember that the soul race was a very feared race. They must never let others know of their identity. Their current identity was that of an ordinary villager. They began to live here and adapt to this land. In addition, Ling Xiao also told them that many enemies were in this world. They were tens of thousands of times stronger than them. They had to turn hatred into strength and strive to have the strength to take revenge as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said this so that they could work hard and become stronger as soon as possible. Ling Xiao's words were very effective. His identity as the reincarnation of the ancestor made the people of the Soul Clan listen to him. They had also seen Ling Xiao's strength, so they naturally did not have the slightest doubt. Ling Xiao let them cut wood to build their own houses so that they could have the feeling of taking root here. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to bring the youths of the Soul Clan to a nearby town for a few rounds, so that they could gradually integrate into the life of other humans. The descendants of the Soul Clan had always lived in that narrow space. They had never seen a civilized place where other humans lived. All of them were extremely curious and happy. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to teach them the conditions to survive in the heaven domain. He let them know about the existence of Shen crystals, top-grade Shen crystals, divine crystals, and other currencies. He also told them some other survival rules. Ling Xiao even bought a large amount of resources for them to survive, including basic necessities such as clothing, food, and shelter, as well as some ordinary records. After Ling Xiao brought them back to the place where they had settled down, he had Yun Mingqi and Euro Fei take turns to impart other survival concepts to the descendants of the Soul Clan, so that they could quickly catch up with other people's lives. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to hide the God's Corpse demons tens of thousands of meters underground around the place where the Soul Clan lived. He also set up an illusion. It would not be easy for anyone to find them. These God's Corpse demons were to be used in case anything happened to the Soul Clan in the future. Of course, Ling Xiao taught the method to summon the God's Corpse demons to a few of the stronger elders of the Soul Clan. Chapter 1297. About half a year later, the people of the Soul race finally got used to life here. They were also brought by Ling Xiao to the nearby towns many times to see the world. This made them even more determined to cultivate. During these days, Ling Xiao had also handed over many resources to them, allowing them to improve their physiques and speed up their cultivation. Of course, the Tenbin of the Soul race was the heavy soul. Only by making good use of the heavy soul Tenbin could they become different. Ever since Ling Xiao imparted the soul-controlling art to all of them, people finally sensed the existence of mental power. There were also a few outstanding people who could use mental power to attack. Seeing this situation, Ling Xiao was very gratified. If this continued, the soul race should be able to reach the ordinary standard of others in 100 years. 1,000 years later, they should be able to stand out. As for when they could take revenge, this was a bit far away. However, Ling Xiao would help them get rid of some obstacles in advance. In the following days, Ling Xiao focused on nurturing the youths of the soul race. They were all in the best cultivation period. They were the cornerstone of the future of the soul race. They were not like the others who were past that age and had limited growth. Among these youths, Ling Xiao naturally focused on nurturing his disciple Yun Tian. Yun Tian's Tenbin was the most outstanding among them. His sea of consciousness was also more advantageous than the others. Yun Tian did not disappoint Ling Xiao. He cultivated abnormally diligently. His advancement speed was also the fastest among these youths. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this disciple. He was sure that the future leader of the soul race would be him. When he came out of the space, Yun Tian was still cultivating in Ling Xiao's divine cauldron. When he was released from the cauldron, he had already reached the cultivation of a high-level mystic cultivator. Now that another half a year had passed, he broke through to spirit master cultivation. He transformed all his Xian energy into spirit energy and built a more solid foundation. Coupled with the mental power attack that he knew how to use now, he could even kill an intermediate spirit master. Yun Tian, come here for a moment. Ling Xiao called out to Yun Tian, who was still cultivating. Now that the soul race had settled down, it was time for him to leave. Master! Yun Tian's movements were rather nimble as he arrived before Ling Xiao and said respectfully. After more than a year, Yun Tian's body had become even more sturdy and strong. His temperament had also changed, and he seemed to be even more confident. You've been cultivating very well these past few days. Master is very satisfied. Ling Xiao first praised Yun Tian, then continued, in the future, you still have to cultivate diligently. Don't let down Master's expectations of you. In the future, the pillar of our clan will still be yours to pick, understand? Master, don't worry. I will work hard. Yun Tian replied very seriously. Then he said, Master, are you going to leave? Ling Xiao rubbed Yun Tian's head and said, That's right. I still have a lot of things to do, so I can't always stay here and watch you guys grow up. In the future, you must restrain your brothers and sisters. Don't let them cause trouble, and don't easily reveal your identities. Furthermore, don't go deep into the mountain range. I'll come see you guys when I have time. Yun Tian's eyes became a little misty as he said, Master, I know what to do. He saw Ling Xiao as his idol, and Ling Xiao's strength had long been deeply ingrained in his heart. Now that he had received Ling Xiao's personal guidance, he really couldn't bear to leave Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression became dignified as he said, Men bleed and don't cry. Put away your tears. If I see you crying again in the future, you won't be my disciple. Yes, Master. Yun Tian instantly said with a serious expression. Ling Xiao gave Yun Tian a few more words of encouragement before imparting the second stage of the soul-controlling art to Yun Tian. Yun Tian had to at least reach the Earth Sovereign tier before he could cultivate it. Ling Xiao also gave Yun Tian plenty of resources so that Yun Tian would not have to worry about materials when he reached the early stages of the Mystic the Arch Realm. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to give him too precious materials. He was still a youth after all, and he couldn't let him cause any trouble. Before he left, Ling Xiao still gathered all the people of the soul race and solemnly gave them many instructions before he left. However, after he left Moinho and Shatian behind, asking them to protect the people of the soul race in case anything happened. They could return to the Dragon Gate in time to ask him for help. The reason why Ling Xiao abandoned these two great generals was mainly because he no longer needed their help with his current strength. In addition, he also told the prodigal boy to warn some of the high-level spirit beasts here. He must not let them take the initiative to attack the people of the soul race. After making thorough arrangements, Ling Xiao brought Yun Mingqi, Euro Fei, and Shadow back to Demon Soul City. In the future, if the soul race wanted to become stronger, Demon Soul City was the first city they had to take back. However, before that, Ling Xiao still had an obligation to help them eliminate some threats. After Ling Xiao had killed Ying Feng, the defense of the City Master Palace had doubled. Although the City Master looked like an ordinary King God Realm expert, he had a half-incipient God Realm expert hiding in the dark. Ling Xiao had investigated this a long time ago. This time, Ling Xiao returned to Demon Soul City because of that half-incipient God Realm expert. Killing a half-incipient God Realm expert could make the Dark Shadow Clan have one less expert who could reach the Supreme Realm. This was significant. When he reached the true Supreme Realm, he would capture the 2 supreme experts of the Dark Shadow Clan to pave the way for the descendants of the Soul Clan. When Ling Xiao's team arrived near Demon Soul City, they didn't go in. Instead, they stopped at a barren mountain in the suburbs. Yun Mingqi looked puzzled. "Xiao, why don't you go in?" Only Demon Soul City had a space formation to leave this place. She didn't understand why Ling Xiao didn't want to go in. "We're not going in," said Ling Xiao. The 2 women looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. They didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant. Ling Xiao explained, "Tonight, I'm going to hunt. You guys shouldn't stay here. Go ahead and wait for me. If something unexpected happens, I won't be able to help you." "No, we want to stay and help you." Yun Mingqi refused resolutely. From Ling Xiao's words, he was going to kill someone. Moreover, the opponent wasn't weak. She didn't want Ling Xiao to take risks alone. Euro Fei added, "Yeah, although we're not as strong as you, we won't drag you down." Today, Euro Fei was ahead of Yun Mingqi. She was at mid-level King God Realm while Yun Mingqi was at the peak of low-level King God Realm. The main reason was that Euro Fei had taken the King God pellet that Ling Xiao had given her. That was why she could advance 1 level. Yun Mingqi, on the other hand, didn't need pellets to break through. Thus, she was 1 step behind. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while. "This time, my opponent is a half-incipient God Realm expert. I'm afraid that you guys will distract me." Half-incipient God Realm? The 2 women screamed in fear. Yun Mingqi grimaced. "Xiao, are you crazy? Do you know how strong someone at that level is? How could you risk your life to deal with him? Yeah, what kind of person can make you want to kill? Why don't you wait until you're a bit stronger?" Euro Fei said nervously. They knew that Ling Xiao had the competence to fight higher realms. However, what kind of existence was a half-incipient God Realm expert? How could a King God Realm expert resist him? They didn't want Ling Xiao to do such a dangerous thing. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Don't you understand me? How could I do something I'm not sure about?" As soon as he finished, his God Soul clone appeared in front of the 2 women. They all knew about this doppelganger. It was no different from Ling Xiao's real body. They were both made of flesh and blood. "My God Soul clone has the competence of a half-incipient God Realm expert. Do you think I'm not sure about killing an existence at the same realm?" Ling Xiao said to the 2 women. The 2 women had a gleam of admiration in their eyes. They didn't think that their man could be that strong. Yun Mingqi hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him on the cheek. "I didn't think that the guy who was a few realms lower than me could surpass me now. I'm not convinced." Back then, Ling Xiao was only a high-level profound practitioner, while she was already a spirit master. Moreover, her speed of cultivation had always been extremely fast, to the point that even she felt it was slightly inconceivable. However, compared to Ling Xiao, her god body had to retreat. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the happier she was. Proved that her vision wasn't wrong. It was rare for Ling Xiao to kiss Yun Mingqi proactively. He immediately hugged her and pulled Euro Fei into his embrace. He kissed both of their soft, jade-like cheeks and said softly, "Don't worry, I don't care about a half-incipient God Realm expert. 2 against 1, it's easy to take him down. I'm doing this for the sake of the Soul Clan." The 2 women's faces were flushed red, and they were so beautiful that everything else in the surroundings paled in comparison. "Then you must be careful. Don't force yourself. You're still young. Wait until you become a real supreme expert. I believe that no one in this heaven territory will be your opponent," said Euro Fei tenderly. Her beautiful eyes had the utmost confidence in Ling Xiao. Since she had accompanied him from mysterious spirit continent to the heaven territory, she knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's competence was. "That's right. Sister Ro Fei is right. Don't force yourself. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for us sisters," said Yun Mingqi. "Okay, I understand. You guys, Zizai, and 13th can wait for me in the front. I'll catch up with you guys soon. Then we'll leave from another place, nodded Ling Xiao. The two women didn't say anything more. They took the 13th prince and little prodigal and left. Ling Xiao said to Gloomy Shadow, I don't care how you do it. Go and trick your ghost Shadow 7th uncle to come here. Gloomy Shadow nodded and replied, Yes, master. Then he flew towards Demon Soul City. Chapter 1298. The others didn't know Shadow's identity, but how could Ling Xiao not know? When they were in the city master palace, he could sit on the same level as Ying Feng, which proved that his position in the Dark Shadow Clan wasn't low. Moreover, he had used the name of the Dark Shadow Clan to establish the Shadow Assassination Group. He didn't need to worry about the clan's investigation. All of these proved that Shadow's identity wasn't ordinary. Actually, his name was Ying Ao. He was the youngest son of the current chief of the Dark Shadow Clan. Since he was young, he had been outstanding in Tenbin. The clan thought highly of him and wanted to train him as the future chief. Ying Ao didn't fail people's expectations. Today, he was around 8,000 years old, but he had the peak King God Realm cultivation base. It was really intimidating. Normally, King God Realm warriors who could reach this level before 10,000 years old had the possibility to break through to the Great Master Realm. However, after 10,000 years, it would be much more difficult to break through to the Great Master Realm. Ying Ao was a wild man. He didn't want to stay in the clan's territory all day. He wanted to make a name for himself in the outside world. He wanted to train his state of mind so that he could break through to the Great Master Realm in the future. In the past 100 years, the Shadow Assassination Group he had established had completed many perfect assassinations. He had collected a lot of wealth. Unfortunately, he was too bold. He had even accepted the mission of the internal strife of the Dragon Gate. That was why he had ended up like this. Because of Ying Ao's special identity, Ling Xiao spared his life. He could use him to lure that half-incipient God Realm expert out. That half-incipient God Realm expert was Ying Ao's 7th uncle. People called him Ghost Shadow. He was famous for his speed. He could disappear without a trace. He was a tough opponent. If Ling Xiao couldn't kill him in one strike, once he escaped, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to capture him. Thus, Ling Xiao had to lure the snake out of the hole and then slowly deal with him. He couldn't let him leave this place alive. Before nightfall, Ying Ao flew over from the Demon Soul City with a person in tow. That man was a short-haired old man. He looked lean with sharp light in his eyes. He clasped his hands behind his back. His body moved like the wind, giving people a vague feeling that he had merged with heaven and earth. Just from his movement technique alone, Ling Xiao could tell that this person's movement technique had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Gui Ying didn't seem to suspect that Ying Ao had tricked him into coming out. Instead, he spoke with an abnormally angry expression. Could be seen that he was very concerned about Ying Ao. Xiao Ao. Just who is it that wants to kill you? 7th uncle, he is a member of Dragon Gate. My assassination group has already been destroyed by them. Now they still don't want to let me go. Please help me, 7th uncle. Ying Ao said. Although he was under Ling Xiao's control, his consciousness was still there. From the outside, no one would be able to tell that he had become someone else's puppet. So what if they are Dragon Gate's people? Since they are in our territory, they can't be arrogant. Gui Ying said in an unyielding manner. Soon, the group arrived at Ling Xiao's location. 7th uncle, that's him. Ying Ao pointed at Ling Xiao and said. Gui Ying only glanced at Ling Xiao and immediately became suspicious. His divine will immediately swept the surroundings, wondering if there was an ambush. In the end, he discovered that there was no one around. However, why was this high-level God King so bold as to wait for them here? You are a member of Dragon Gate? Gui Ying asked condescendingly. Gui Ying was aware of Ying Ao's strength. A peak God King was actually being chased by a high-level God King. He couldn't believe it no matter what. He felt that something was wrong, so he had to be cautious. That's right. I am Ling Xiao of Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and responded. Then, He looked at Ing Ao and said, "You actually found a helper. Do you think that this can save your life?" What a big tone. Don't think that just because you are from the heavenly dragon sect that you are amazing. With your strength, I can crush you with one finger. Now scram. In the future, you are not allowed to kill my family's Xiao Ao. Otherwise, even if your heavenly dragon sect master is here, I will still kill him. Guiying did not wait for Ing Ao to speak and immediately shouted. His half-incipient god realm power pressed down on Ling Xiao. Many twisting space forces pressed down from above. To Guiying, a mere high-level god king would be forced to suffer serious injuries when facing his pressure. However, when his aura arrived in front of the other, he found that the other was still standing there casually as if nothing had happened to him. This made Guiying pay more attention to the other's competence. He thought to himself, "This kid is a little strange. I don't care who you are. You'd better get lost now. The one I want to kill is the one standing next to you. He dares to bring people to assassinate our Dragon Gate's men. He must be tired of living." Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand, pointing at Ing Ao and shouting, "You don't know what's good for you. My nephew isn't someone you can kill." Guiying shouted. He didn't want to be polite to the other. Instantly, he sent two palms towards Ling Xiao. The power of the two palms was really strong. It was as if this part of the world was about to collapse. Even a peak god king couldn't bear this attack. However, at the instant Phantom made his move, someone else also made their move at the same time. However, this person wasn't Ling Xiao. It was Ing Ao behind Guiying. The divine sword in his hand slashed towards Guiying's nape. Ing Ao was a peak god king. Of course, his attack speed and power were one level higher than others. However, at this critical moment, Guiying disappeared in front of Ing Ao. Ing Ao's sword missed. "Xiao Ao, what are you doing?" Guiying gave up his attack on Ling Xiao. His figure swept behind Ing Ao as he shouted in fear. He couldn't believe that his nephew would sneak attack him from behind. If he hadn't been vigilant, he wouldn't even know how he was killed. "Seventh uncle, I was also forced," Ing Ao replied. Just as Spirit Shadow was about to say something, a series of invisible soul power attack waves rushed towards his divine soul. A god soul at half-incipient god realm was already very strong. Naturally, the defensive ability it possessed was extraordinary. If Ling Xiao's god soul was only at the peak god king realm, then this soul power attack naturally couldn't cause much damage to Guiying. However, Ling Xiao's god soul was at the same level as Guiying's. Moreover, this soul power attack was extremely powerful. It wasn't easy to defend against it. Humph! Guiying gave a muffled grunt. His entire body instantly disappeared from this part of the world. Even though his god soul was injured, he could still use the gloomy shadow secret technique to avoid Ling Xiao's sight. It was indeed amazing. Ling Xiao thought to himself, worthy of being an ancient clan's character. But you still can't escape. After getting hit by Ling Xiao's god soul attack, Guiying naturally couldn't use his fastest speed like usual. Ing Ao was a direct descendant of the Dark Shadow clan, so he had a good understanding of the gloomy shadow secret technique. The moment Guiying dodged, Ing Ao slashed at a spot in the void with all his strength. Boom, boom, boom. Then, a figure flew out from that spot and cursed, "Ing Ao, you're crazy." Ling Xiao seized this opportunity to attack with another wave of soul power. At the same time, he raised his golden dragon spear and stabbed at Guiying. However, this time, Ling Xiao's soul power attack missed completely. It didn't hurt Guiying at all. "So you're a remnant of the Soul Clan. That's great." Guiying shouted in surprise. His figure surged and pounced at Ling Xiao. A gust of wind palm shadow blasted at Ling Xiao. Each of his palms contained terrifying spatial power. His wind attribute accelerated the speed of these attacks. In an instant, they reached Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. His divine soul clone instantly appeared and completely blocked these attacks. "What?" Guiying shouted in shock. Although Guiying knew that this kid in front of him wasn't ordinary, it was impossible for him not to be shocked that Hu Yuhao could block his all-out attack. Although he didn't use a divine weapon, His strength was enough to kill any peak god king. Moreover, he knew some of the Soul Clan's secret techniques. The Dark Shadow Clan had a certain understanding of the Soul Clan's soul power attacks. However, he didn't think that Hou Yuhao's soul power could block his attack. Ling Zhao's divine soul clone already hid. While Guiying was startled, it already rumbled over towards Guiying. When Guiying detected danger, he instantly deployed his most powerful defense to protect his figure. Bang! Bang! Ling Zhao's dragon subduing palm imprinted on Guiying's body ruthlessly, slapping until muffled sounds rang out repeatedly. Guiying was sent flying, but his vital parts weren't hurt, because he already had an additional set of divine armor on his body. What's going on? Could there be someone from our Dark Shadow Clan? Guiying actually didn't discover the person who attacked him. He became incomparably terrified in his heart. He even suspected whether it was someone from his clan who joined hands with the other party to kill him. He had never done anything wrong to the clan before. Furthermore, he didn't offend anyone either. No matter what, he felt that his strength was already insufficient to deal with this situation. He had to escape. Guiying's god soul was hurt a little, but he could still resist. He didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. How could Ling Xiao let him do as he wished? His divine soul avatar had already locked onto Guiying's aura, and a series of storm-like attacks blasted towards Guiying. The hidden soul was the invisibility of the real body. It was similar to the Dark Shadow secret technique of the Dark Shadow Clan. However, it was more elusive than the Dark Shadow Clan's invisibility technique, because when he attacked, he was still invisible. The Dark Shadow Clan's invisibility technique could only be used to escape or ambush. Once he launched an attack, the other party would immediately detect him. Guiying didn't know which direction the other would attack from. Immediately, he was bombarded so many times that he didn't know which direction the other was going to attack from. However, he wasn't bad. He forcefully used a tyrannical attack that swept away everything around him. He didn't believe that anyone could continue to attack him. He seized the chance and instantly fled into the void. You want to run? It's too late. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. His god soul clone returned to his sea of consciousness. Finally, he used the power of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his forehead for the first time. Swish! Chapter 1299. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was a top-notch ancient god weapon. Although it was just an ancient god weapon famous for its defense, it had a powerful amplification effect on soul power attacks. How much of this amplification attack could be exerted depended on the strength of its master, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that Ghost Shadow might have a way to deal with soul power attacks. Thus, he didn't want to reserve any of his soul power. He wanted to strike with all of his power, hoping that it would work in one strike. Otherwise, the news that he was a Soul Clan member would be spread out. Then, it would be troublesome. In just a blink of an eye, Ghost Shadow had fled a long distance away. At this distance, even the Holy Emperor would need 2 or 3 days to catch up. However, to Ling Xiao, this distance was still within his attack range. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop radiated dazzlingly. Shadows of dragons and phoenixes hovered above Ling Xiao's head. Right after that, an invisible golden dragon spear shot out from the origin crystal in the middle of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop. Although it didn't radiate any light of any attribute, nor did it emit any immense, cold energy, it caught up with Ghost Shadow in just a blink of an eye, directly entering his sea of consciousness. Ghost Shadow had a secret technique that could sense the existence of soul power, so he could react accordingly. However, the power of this strike was too formidable. It had far surpassed the soul power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. It had reached the soul power attack of a true supreme expert. When Ghost Shadow sensed it, the golden dragon spear made of soul power had already barged into his sea of consciousness, stabbing his god soul. Ah! Guiying let out a shrill scream, and his whole body fell from the 9th heaven. At this moment, Ing Ao dashed out, hugged Ghost Shadow's body, and returned to Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao's face was so pale. He looked like he was about to collapse. It was obvious that the previous strike had consumed a lot of his soul power. Normally, even if he used all of his power, he wouldn't become like this. However, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop consumed a lot of soul power. He had used all of his power to urge the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, but it had almost sucked all of his soul power. That was how he could launch such a formidable strike. He could kill a half-incipient God Realm expert in just a blink of an eye. How terrifying was his power! Ling Xiao had reason to believe that even a true Supreme Being would be seriously injured by this soul power attack that had been amplified. The might of an ancient god artifact could not be underestimated. It had lived up to its reputation as a top-notch supreme artifact. Ling Xiao didn't have time to heal his wounds here. He believed that the news of Ghostly Shadow's death would reach the Dark Shadow clan soon. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he had 10 legs, he wouldn't be able to escape if the Supreme Expert came. Ling Xiao put away Ying Ao and Gue Ying's corpses, then drank the Ghost God Spring and activated his wind attribute, raising his movement technique to the limit, and quickly retreated from this place. Fortunately, the most powerful person in Demon Soul City was Ghastly Shadow. No one expected that something would happen to him. When the news reached the Dark Shadow clan, Ling Xiao had already taken Yun Mengqi, Euro Fei, and the others to another city through the space formation to leave this dangerous place. Ghostly Shadow was killed. The entire Dark Shadow clan was shaken. Instantly, the Demon Soul City became the most tense city. The Dark Shadow clan had issued a ban. No one was allowed to leave the city. They had to find the murderer before they would stop. It should be known that a half-incipient God Realm expert could be a true Supreme Expert in the future. However, he was killed inexplicably. They had no choice but to mobilize a large force. Moreover, another Peak Divine King was killed earlier. All of this made them smell the scent of a conspiracy. The Dark Shadow clan had even sent a true Supreme Expert to investigate this case. The incipient God Realm experts were the strongest existences in the Heaven territory. Each of their moves could affect people's hearts. If they were enraged, corpses would scatter everywhere, and the mountains and rivers would be destroyed. Thus, the Heaven territory had an unwritten rule that any Supreme Expert had to go out of the 9 skies to fight. Otherwise, once the other Supreme Experts found out, they could join hands with the other Supreme Experts to suppress them. Of course, if a Supreme Expert wanted to kill someone below the Great Master Realm, it wouldn't happen. After all, if a Supreme Expert wanted to kill anyone below the Great Master Realm, he didn't need to use much energy to crush them. Of course, it wouldn't cause too much damage to the Heaven territory. Sovereigns possessed unfathomable abilities that even divine kings could not imagine. One of them was the ability to use their essence blood to reconstruct some remnant images. What was a residual image? It was the scene of an event that had happened in a certain place. With this method, the Supreme Expert could understand everything that had happened in a certain place. It was also based on the strength of the Supreme Expert. The time it took to restore the scene was different. Normal Supreme Experts could restore what had happened within 10 years. The top Supreme Experts could even restore what had happened within 1,000 years. Of course, it was just a vague feeling. It was impossible to see the original appearance of everything. After all, this was a deduction that a Supreme Expert used his blood to connect with all things in the world. It consumed a lot of energy. Under normal circumstances, no Supreme Expert would use this kind of divine ability. Every drop of their blood was the foundation. But now, near the place where Ling Xiao killed Gue Ying, there was a Supreme Expert of the Dark Shadow clan using his blood to restore the scene that had happened in the vicinity. This Supreme Expert was Gue Ying's twin brother. Gue Ying was suddenly killed. How could he not be furious? He had to use his own blood to find out who the murderer was. When a drop of his blood essence scattered in the air, a series of blurry images flashed through his mind. Although his eyes were closed, the killing intent on his body kept rising. It formed an aura that could destroy everything in the surroundings. It twisted the air in this part of the world into nothingness. If there were any god kings nearby, they would be turned into mincemeat by this killing intent. Bastard! This supreme martial artist squeezed out 2 words from the gaps between his teeth. That majestic and awe-inspiring killing intent was truly frightening. He didn't continue to stay here. He knew that the murderer had already escaped. He wouldn't be able to find him even if he chased after him now. He disappeared into the sky. In the next moment, he returned to the Dark Shadow Clan's territory. Then, another supreme expert who was even stronger than him appeared beside him. He faintly said, "Did you find something?" I really didn't expect that there would be a traitor in our clan." The original supreme expert sighed. Then, he told the old chief about the scene he had seen. "What? You're saying that Ing Ao kid is an accomplice?" The old chief of the Dark Shadow Clan exclaimed. "I'm not wrong. However, I suspect that he has been controlled by someone. That kind of descendant has reappeared." The supreme expert replied. "Which kind?" The old chief of the Dark Shadow Clan hadn't reacted yet. Then he seemed to think of something. His pupils slightly shrank as he said, "The Soul Clan? That's right. The Dragon Phoenix magic hoop in the clan's records has reappeared. It was because that thief wore that magic hoop that he killed Shao Qi." The supreme expert replied. The others called the divine hoop that Ling Xiao wore the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop. However, in the eyes of the enemies of the Soul Clan, it was also called the Dragon Phoenix magic hoop. Weren't they annihilated? Did they leave behind an orphan? The old chief of the Dark Shadow Clan had a solemn expression. After pondering for a while, he said, "It seems that the continuous attacks weren't a coincidence. He wants to attack our Dark Shadow Clan. However, he only dared to ambush us. It seems that he is alone. Or perhaps he has just obtained that person's inheritance. He doesn't have any other helpers. As long as we can find him, we can immediately eliminate him. We won't leave any future troubles." "I think so too. However, you know that clan is cunning. Ordinary people can't deal with him. We have to think about this carefully," the supreme expert said. The old chief of the Dark Shadow Clan nodded. A thick murderous light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Seems like we need to let the others help us. It wasn't just our clan that attacked them that year. No, I think we should solve this ourselves. That magic hoop is a top treasure." Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that because he wanted to solve this matter quickly. He had revealed his identity. That had brought him a great disaster. At this moment, he had left Demon Soul City and was heading towards the Shu family city. The Shu family city. He had come to the Shu family city to support his teacher. The Shu family was an alchemist family, but they only had one divine alchemist. However, there were many saint alchemists in their family. Because of this, they were one of the biggest subsidiary forces of the sword cleansing manor. They had a small reputation in the Sky Dragon domain. They were definitely not weaker than the snake righteous sect that Ling Xiao had destroyed. In fact, they were even more famous. At that time, the evil emperor and Ling Xiao had parted ways. The evil emperor had brought Shu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan to the Shu family's territory to solve the problem between him and Shu Ziqian. The evil emperor didn't want Shu Ziqian to have any regrets and follow him. However, who knew that after they returned, they would be placed under house arrest by the Shu family. The evil emperor was instantly enraged. He wanted to bring the 2 women and force their way out. However, the Shu clan seemed to be determined to make them stay. They even asked the Shu clan's old ancestor to make an appearance and make them stay. As for the people from the Dragon Gate, they weren't troubled by the Shu family. They could leave at any time. Their duty was to protect the evil emperor and the others. Now that the evil emperor and the others were under house arrest, they naturally didn't dare to leave. Fortunately, Ling Xiao suddenly changed his schedule and went to the Shu family city. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that his teacher and teacher's wife were in this situation. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this when he arrived at the Shu family city. It was only when he met the few followers of the Dragon Gate in the Shu family city that he found out about this. "Peak Lord, I heard that the people from the Sword Cleansing Manor had arrived here yesterday. I'm afraid that the evil emperor and the others are in a bad situation," a branch elder of the Kim people, Ling Zhong, reported. Ling Xiao immediately revealed an angry expression after hearing this. It seems like the Shu family really thinks that they are some ancient family. They even dare to place my teacher and teacher's wife under house arrest. Chapter 1300. The Shu family was dependent on the sword-cleansing manner. They were famous for refining pellets. Their forefather was a half-incipient god realm expert. It wasn't a problem for him to force the evil emperor's team to stay. The evil emperor could fight against a half-incipient god realm expert, but it was impossible for him to protect the two women. Thus, they had to be imprisoned separately. Dozens of years ago, because of Shu Ziqian, the young master of the sword-cleansing manor, Zhuang Jiansheng, was tortured by the Dragon Gate until he became a lunatic. Even though the sword-cleansing manor had tried everything they could to stabilize his condition, his mind had become demented. This incident had shaken the entire sword-cleansing manor. The Shu family was scolded and scolded. They were almost massacred by the sword-cleansing manor. Fortunately, Zhuang Jiansheng wasn't popular in the sword-cleansing manor. When he became like this, his second brother, Zhuang Jianren, could take over. Zhuang Jianren thought that he had picked up Ping Yi because of the Shu family. That was why he had protected the Shu family. After all, he couldn't blame the Shu family. The Shu family was safe, but they were still restless. They were thinking about when they could bring Shu Ziqian back to the sword-cleansing manor. However, after many investigations, they knew that Shu Ziqian had joined the Dragon Gate, so they didn't have to worry about her anymore. After more than 10 years, Shu Ziqian had come back. Although she used to be the young lady of the Shu family, to ensure the Shu family could continue to be valued by the sword-cleansing manor, they had to keep her. They also sent someone to notify the sword-cleansing manor so that they could deal with her. When Ling Xiao got the news, he was so worried. The Shu family was so powerful. They didn't even put the Dragon Gate in their eyes. It seemed like they needed to wake them up. Ling Zhong, take me to the Shu family's territory. Ling Xiao ordered Ling Zhong. Peak Lord, this is their territory. Should we go back and bring some people here? Ling Zhong suggested. After all, they had a half-incipient god realm expert. Even if they had the Senjin of Goguryeo, they had to avoid them. He knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, but he didn't think that Ling Xiao had the strength to challenge him. Cut the crap. Just lead the way for me. I'm not afraid of them overturning the heavens. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Ling Zhong sighed gently inside before leading the way for Ling Xiao to the Shu family with the other god kings of Dragon Gate. The Shu family resided in a majestic mountain range on the outskirts of the Shu family city. That was the territory of the Shu family, and ordinary people were not allowed to approach it. Just as he approached, he could smell a strong medicinal fragrance. It was indeed worthy of being an alchemist family. The disciples of the Shu family had always been exceptionally arrogant in this territory. As alchemists, they had the qualifications to be arrogant. When Ling Xiao and the rest rushed over, the disciples of the Shu clan happened to be out, and there were also some elders guarding behind them. "Who dares to intrude our Shu family's territory?" shouted an elder at the peak of Holy Emperor Realm. He stood in front of Ling Xiao and shouted in fear. This time, Ling Xiao didn't travel at full speed. He needed to know more about the Shu family from Ling Zhong. But suddenly being shouted at like this by someone else, the anger in his heart immediately soared. Scram! After all, those people were his master's wife's fellows. They were lucky that Ling Xiao didn't kill them immediately. However, a young leader of the Shu family stood out, his face extremely arrogant. He pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "You've got guts. You don't put our Shu family in your eyes. Today, I will show you how the word death means." Before he could finish, Ling Xiao waved his hand impatiently. "Shut up." Boom! That young man was hit by a palm, and he fell from the sky. He let out a blood-curdling scream that resounded through the sky. You've got guts." The peak of Holy Emperor cried out. The people behind him all took out their weapons and summoned their holy beasts. However, Ling Xiao and the others no longer had the patience to waste time with them, so they charged right through them. The The spatial energy of a god king was so immense that it instantly scattered the group of people, causing them to cry out in pain. Only now did they realize how terrifying this group of people were. They all thought of the two words, God King. They had actually blocked the path of a god king. Fortunately, they didn't kill them, or else they would have already been reduced to dregs. When they thought of this, they all broke out in a cold sweat. The pain on their bodies didn't feel so bad anymore. Between being injured and dying, they naturally hoped for the former. Ling Xiao and the others released their auras and charged to the Shu family's mountain gate. A group of people led by a god king had already appeared there. The strongest person in this group was only a mid-stage god king. There were also a few low-stage god kings. The rest were all at the level of the Holy Emperor. Not everyone had as many god kings as the Heavenly Dragon sect. The Shu family didn't even have 100 god kings in total. This strength was already very impressive to other factions, but in front of a super faction, it could only be considered a vassal. "It's you guys again. Didn't I tell you to go back? Do you really think that our Shu family doesn't dare to do anything to you?" The mid-stage god king recognized Ling Zhong and shouted. This person was called Shu Changshi. He was a generation older than Shu Ziqian and was one of her uncles. What big words! Could it be that you don't even place our Dragon Gate in your eyes? Ling Zhong shouted. As members of Dragon Gate, they would be treated as esteemed guests no matter where they went. However, this tiny Shu family actually relied on the name of Sword Washing Manor to not place them in their eyes. It was truly infuriating. If it wasn't for the fact that they had so few people, they were prepared to cause a huge ruckus in the Shu family. It's because you guys are from Dragon Gate that we let you go. If it was anyone else, they might not be able to leave as easily as you guys. Shu Changshi said arrogantly. He felt that this was their territory after all. What could a few Heavenly Dragon sect people do to them? He really didn't believe that Dragon Gate would mobilize an army to deal with the Shu family just for one person. Just when Ling Zhong wanted to say something, Ling Xiao spoke first. "Is that so? It seems like our Dragon Gate's face still has some use." Shu Changshi shifted his gaze to this extraordinary young man who was wearing a headband. He suddenly felt a suffocating and uncomfortable feeling assaulting his heart. His aura weakened as he said, of course, our Shu family isn't one to bully others. You guys should leave quickly. Our sword-washing manners people are here. If you guys continue to cause trouble, don't blame us for being impolite. I really have to enter your Shu family today. I wonder how you guys are going to be impolite?" Ling Xiao sneered. Another god king from the Shu family stood out and shouted, "Do you really ignore our words? Your Shu family's hospitality is really good." Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then he said to the others, "Let's go in." Ling Xiao ignored the people in front of them and directly led them forward. "Impudent! My Shu family's territory isn't a place you can barge into," Shu Changshi shouted. He waved his hand at the people behind him, signaling them to be on guard. "Boss, this guy really talks a lot of nonsense. I'll teach him a lesson for you," the prodigal shouted unhappily. Then he disappeared from Ling Zhao's side and rushed towards Shu Changshi. Shu Changshi only saw a blur in front of him. A young man was already in front of him. A fist was flying towards his lower abdomen. Shu Changshi wanted to retreat, but it was too late. His abdomen took a solid punch. The prodigal didn't hold back in this punch. Shu Changshi directly vomited blood. "Bastard!" The people behind Shu Changshi cried out in alarm. They all raised their weapons and rode their holy beasts, ready to attack Ling Xiao and the others. At this moment, the 13th prince, who was beside Ling Xiao, rushed forward and roared. Roar! The terrifying sound wave swept forward like a tsunami. One by one, the god kings vomited blood and retreated. Many of the holy emperor's people died. Many of the holy beasts were so frightened that they cried out and fell from the sky one by one. Such an army of more than 100 people couldn't withstand the 13th prince's roar. They were instantly scattered. These people's faces turned extremely pale. Why did that person look like a peerless dragon to them? It was too terrifying. They finally realized that the helper dragon gate found this time was quite powerful. Otherwise, why would he dare to attack their Shu family so boldly? Following this roar, everyone in the Shu clan heard the commotion. Waves of aura rushed out from all directions. Who dares to be so impudent in my Shu family? An angry roar was the first to be heard. Shu Pengcheng led the other god kings to form a huge force and instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao and the others. There were a total of 60 to 70 god kings. Among them, there were 2 to 3 peak god kings. Ling Xiao had seen the high-level god king Shu Pengcheng before. When he brought people to capture his master's wife, Shu Ziqian, he was taught a lesson by Ling Xiao. When Shu Pengcheng saw Ling Xiao, he was shocked at first. However, he quickly calmed down and shouted, "It's you! How dare you barge into my Shu family? Do you really think there's no one in my Shu family?" Shu Pengcheng had seen how powerful Ling Xiao was. However, this was the Shu family's territory. There were several existences stronger than him by his side. He wasn't too afraid. "Pengcheng, who is this young friend?" A peak god king asked Shu Pengcheng. This person was called Shu Tang. He was one of the Shu family's guardian elders. He had once tried to ascend to the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Unfortunately, he was only half a step away from ascending to godhood. However, he was the strongest person apart from the Shu family's ancestor. He's from Dragon Gate. A dozen years ago, young Manor Master Jian Shang was made into such a state by him. Shu Pengcheng said with some apprehension. Shu Tang frowned slightly. He knew that this matter had become troublesome. It would have been fine if this person hadn't come knocking. In any case, that matter was already in the past. But now that he had come knocking, if they didn't take him down, it would be hard to explain to Sword Cleansing Manor. "Invite my master, Demonic Emperor, and my 2 masters' wives out. I don't have time to waste with you." Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest. Chapter 1301. Ling Xiao didn't want to mess with the Shu family. Saving his teacher and his wife was his priority. The Shu family's warriors rubbed their fists and feet when they saw Ling Xiao being so arrogant. They all wanted to go there and teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Shu Tang hesitated for a moment, then instantly revealed a cordial smile and said, "Friends from afar, our Shu family will naturally welcome you with open arms. Heavenly Dragon Sect's esteemed guests are not usually invited. If those people offended you, please be magnanimous and forgive us." Shu Tang gestured to invite them. It seemed that he wanted to invite Ling Xiao's team to visit his family. The Shu family's warriors didn't know why Shu Tang wanted to do that. However, the smart ones thought that Shu Tang wanted to invite them into the trap. Wouldn't it save a lot of effort to catch the turtle in the jar? If Ling Xiao's team didn't dare to enter the house, it would weaken Dragon Gate's prestige. It would damage Dragon Gate's reputation. If they entered the house, they wouldn't be able to get out. It was a tough choice. They praised inwardly, "Guardian Elder, you're so smart." Ling Xiao sneered and said, "If our master invites us, of course we have to give him face. It's my wife's maiden family. We have to give them face even if we don't want to. Please lead the way." No matter what the Shu family wanted to do, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. In front of absolute competence, no matter what schemes they had, it wasn't a problem. Ling Zhong was worried as he sent a message to Ling Xiao. "They have a half-incipient God Realm old man. Peak Lord, don't act rashly. Don't worry, they won't dare to touch us." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Zhong, trying to reassure him. Ling Xiao was bold and talented, so Ling Zhong couldn't say anything. After all, Ling Xiao had sent He Gong of Sinjin of Goguryeo flying with one slap. Ling Zhong had seen it with his own eyes. It wouldn't be easy for the Shu family to deal with Ling Xiao. Moreover, he knew Ling Xiao's position in the family. Otherwise, why would he arrange Ling Gang, the Sinjin of Goguryeo, to protect him? If the Shu family detained Ling Xiao, not only the Shu family would have to bear the flame of wrath of Dragon Gate, but also the sword cleansing village. Thinking of this, Ling Zhong felt relieved and followed behind Ling Xiao with his chest puffed out. When Shu Tang led Ling Xiao and the others into the guest hall of the Shu clan, the current head of the Shu clan, Shu Pengyi, and the ancestor of the Shu clan, Shu Yi, were already waiting for them. Both of them wore alchemist costumes to show the tradition of the Shu family's alchemists. However, although their costumes were similar, Shu Yi had a shining badge on his chest, which was the most dazzling one, because the people with such a badge were the existences that everyone in the heaven domain admired and respected. This badge was the symbol of the Apothecary Guild's certified apothecary. Shu Yi was the pillar of the Shu family. He had the half-incipient god realm cultivation base and was a true apothecary. Besides the two of them, there were some king gods in white clothes. They all carried long swords on their backs, giving people a unique murderous aura. Among them was a handsome young man wearing a noble golden costume. He was the second young master of the sword-cleansing village, Zhuang Jianren, who had taken over the young master position of Zhuang Jianxing. After Shu Tang entered the hall, he immediately introduced Ling Xiao's team to Shu Yi, Shu Pengyi, and Zhuang Jianren. Ling Xiao also took the chance to scan through the crowd. He found that besides Shu Yi, who was a half-incipient god realm expert, the old man standing behind Zhuang Jianren was also a half-incipient god realm expert. Although that old man had concealed himself well, he couldn't escape Shi Yan's perception. Ling Xiao thought, "That's impressive." He brought a half-incipient god realm expert to protect him. Ling Xiao was highly valued by the Kim people, but they had only sent a Senjin of Goguryeo to be his protector. However, the second young master of the sword-cleansing village had a half-incipient god realm protector. It was really eye-catching. Actually, Zhuang Jianren didn't want to show off. After his big brother got into trouble, the master of the sword-cleansing village had to pay attention to the safety of his successor. He couldn't afford any more mishaps. "I wonder what brings you to the Shu family?" Shu Pengyi asked, even though she already knew the answer. It was true that he was Shu Ziqian's father, but he cared more about the benefits of the Shu family. His daughter had almost destroyed the foundation of his ancestors. His anger hadn't subsided yet. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense with him. He went straight to the point. "Invite my master, the evil emperor, Shu Ziqian, and Feng Qingyun out. I want to take them away." "Do you know that Shu Ziqian is my daughter? How can you take her away just because you say so?" Shu Pengyi said with a dark face. "I don't know if she's your daughter or not. I only know that she's my master's wife. If you don't let them go, don't blame me for being rude." Ling Xiao shouted impolitely. "What a big tone. Do you really think that there's no one in the Shu family?" Shu Yi shouted unhappily. Just as his voice fell, an invisible aura instantly enveloped Ling Xiao and the others, wanting to give Ling Xiao a show of strength. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao met his aura and said, "It's not that there's no one in your Shu family. It's that you're so arrogant that you even dared to detain our Dragon Gate's people. You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall." Ling Xiao turned hostile just like that, instantly causing the entire hall to become tense. "How dare you? How can you represent the Dragon Gate?" "With this old man's identity, even if your sect leader sees me, he would have to be courteous to me. What an ignorant junior." Shu Yi roared at Ling Xiao. As an alchemist, they all cultivated the fire attribute, and this kind of person usually had a fiery temper. Shu Yi was no exception. Ever since he became a divine alchemist, he had always felt that his status was superior to others, and he had a sense of pride and arrogance that looked down on all heroes. After all, there were many divine pills in the sword-cleansing manner that needed his help to refine. Although the Dragon Gate was powerful, a strong dragon couldn't suppress a local snake. He didn't think that the Dragon Gate would mobilize so many people to deal with them because of this matter. "Haha. What's your identity?" "I really don't know." Ling Xiao purposely stared at the badge on Shu Yi's chest. He paused for a moment and said, "Hey, this badge is especially exquisite. It seems that I also have an identical one." Shu Yi instantly burst into laughter, and the others in the hall also followed suit. "This brother is really humorous. You don't even recognize the badge of a divine alchemist verified by the Medicine Alliance, and you still dare to say that you also have one? You're really amazing to be able to say such words." This young master really admires you. Zhuang Jianren of the sword-cleansing manor echoed with a sneer. Ignorant junior. Shu Yi shouted disdainfully. However, just as he finished speaking, his old eyes instantly burst out with 2 rays of disbelief. His old eyes stared closely at the shiny badge in Ling Zhao's hand and discovered that it was actually the same as his own. The only difference was the name recorded on the back. How could you have it? Shu Yi couldn't even follow up with his words. Not everyone could have the badge of a divine alchemist. Only those who had passed the divine alchemist's examination were worthy of it. This badge was recorded by the Medicine Alliance. At the same time, this badge would be dripped with the divine alchemist's blood. Even if this badge was stolen, it would disappear at any time and return to the hands of the divine alchemist. No one else could take it. And if the divine alchemist was unlucky enough to die, then this badge would also disappear, and no one could use it. Therefore, if the badge in Ling Zhao's hand wasn't his own, then it was a fake. However, based on Shu Yi's senses, that badge's energy waves were the same as his own. That special resonance power couldn't be faked. This was definitely the real divine alchemist's badge. That was why Shu Yi was so shocked. He didn't believe that this young man could have this badge. But the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed through his mind, and he became even more shocked. You're the new divine alchemist from Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao. You're currently the youngest divine alchemist in the Medicine Alliance. Shu Yi immediately knew that Ling Zhao's identity was real through the information transmitted by the badge. Haha, so divine alchemist Shu also knows about a nobody like me. Ling Xiao smiled at Shu Yi. Didn't Shu Yi just say that his identity could make the sect master of Dragon Gate give in to him? So now that Ling Xiao was a divine alchemist like him, what did that mean? Could this thing be fake? Zhuang Jianren said with disdain. Can't be fake. I can still tell this. Shu Yi hurriedly replied. At this moment, the way he looked at Ling Xiao was very different. If he had only treated Ling Xiao as a junior in Dragon Gate before, then now he had to treat Ling Xiao as someone of equal status. Moreover, he could imagine that Dragon Gate had such a monstrous genius alchemist. His position in the sect would be very high. If he really offended him, then the Shu family might have a lot of trouble in the future. Zhuang Jianren felt as if a fly had been stuffed into his mouth. He was just laughing at Ling Xiao for not knowing his stuff. But in the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao took out a divine alchemist badge. It was a great mockery to him. This brat is really F***king annoying. Zhuang Jianren cursed in his heart. Divine Master Shu, I don't want to have anything to do with your Shu family. Let them out and we'll let this matter go. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say. He really didn't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, this was his master's wife's family. Shu Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Other than Ziqian, I can let you take the other 2 away. But there is one more thing I need you to explain to the young sect master. Which one is the young sect master? Our Dragon Gate's young sect master hasn't been chosen yet. Ling Xiao pretended to be puzzled. What a joke. How could the people of Dragon Gate call the successor of another force the young sect master? Wouldn't that be acknowledging someone else as their master? Humph. Sharp tongue. Zhuang Jianren snorted coldly, then slammed the table and said, I heard that my big brother Zhuang Jianxing was injured by you, causing him to become an idiot. You must give our sword-cleansing manor an explanation for this. Zhuang Jianxing was turned into an idiot, but there was no way for him to take revenge. This was the shame of the sword-cleansing manor. Now that the enemy was in front of them, this debt had to be settled. Chapter 1302. I've injured at least 800 people, if not 1,000. I don't know who Zhuang Jianxing is. Ling Xiao answered indifferently. He thought that Zhuang Jianren was arrogant and thought that the sword-cleansing manor was more domineering than Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao didn't buy it, even though he was in Dragon Gate. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, he would pay them back tenfold. Ling Xiao was a typical person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. He would be wilder than anyone else. Alright, I'll tell you. Others might be afraid of Dragon Gate, but our sword-cleansing manor isn't. Lieber, take him down and bring him back to the manor to be punished. I don't believe that Dragon Gate dares to declare war against our sword-cleansing manor. Zhuang Jianren was so angry that he shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man behind Zhuang Jianren disappeared. However, a moment later, he reappeared next to Ling Xiao and grabbed Ling Xiao's shoulder. The people around Ling Xiao didn't even have a chance to react. However, Ling Xiao was different from the others. He had been guarding against this old man for a long time. With his god soul at half-incipient god realm, he could immediately sense the direction of the old man's attack. However, he didn't need to take action now. The 13th prince next to him moved first. The 13th prince punched the old man's claw. Boom! The 13th prince was forced back a few steps, while the old man paused in surprise. He hadn't expected that someone on the other side would be able to stop his attack. You want to catch me? Let's see what you're capable of. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. His aura reached its peak instantly. A dazzling, peerless dragon roared in the hall. People of the Jin clan. Everyone at the scene instantly cried out in shock. If Dragon Gate was the royal family of the Sky Dragon area, then Kim people was the emperor behind the royal family. There was no comparison between the two. Although Kim people had been low-key these years, the people of the Sky Dragon area knew that Kim people didn't do anything. Once he did something, it would shake the entire heaven territory. After all, Kim people had the most supreme experts in the Sky Dragon area. Because of this, no one dared to provoke Kim people. With this, no one dared to provoke them. Furthermore, the heavenly dragon sect's internal strife was only limited to the Divine King's generation. Those supremes with divine bodies didn't even dare to call the metal race's descendants supremes. One could imagine how extraordinary the metal race's foundation was. If Kim people and Dragon Gate took action at the same time, they would be one of the top forces in the heaven territory. Only the ancient clans and the strongest forces in the big areas could be compared to them. The reason why the sword-cleansing manor had always been number 2 in the Heavenly Dragon domain was because the Heavenly Dragon sect had the support of the Jin clan. That was why the Heavenly Dragon sect was able to grow to this day, forever suppressing the sword-cleansing manor. As long as Kim people were strong, Dragon Gate wouldn't fall. The sword-cleansing manor would never be able to surpass Dragon Gate. Thus, if Ling Xiao was just a disciple of Dragon Gate, the sword-cleansing manor wouldn't care. After all, this was their territory. If they could capture 1 or 2 warriors of Dragon Gate wouldn't make a big fuss. However, if they wanted to capture a disciple of Kim people's direct line, the sword-cleansing manor wouldn't be able to bear the pressure. At this moment, the half-incipient god realm expert of the sword-cleansing manor didn't dare to act rashly. Can you release my teacher and my wife now? Ling Xiao stared at Shu Yi and asked in a low voice. Shu Yi hesitated for a while, but he could only look at Zhuang Jianren. He had to listen to Zhuang Jianren. Kim people are all of the metal attribute, but the godly apothecary must be of the fire attribute. It doesn't match. Zhuang Jianren was smart enough to doubt Ling Xiao's identity. Everyone present felt that what he said made sense. The direct line of Kim people only had 1 metal attribute. They had never heard of someone with 2 attributes. However, they were worried that even if Ling Xiao wasn't a direct line of descent, he should be a collateral line. Otherwise, how could he create such a realistic golden dragon shadow? No matter what, they were worried. Everything depended on what Zhuang Jianren wanted to do. Harumph, our peak lord is cared for by our elders. You guys better show some respect. Ling Zhong shouted. Ling Xiao waved his hand to stop Ling Zhong. Then, he looked at the others and said, I'll ask one more time. Release him now. Otherwise, don't say that I didn't give you face. Zhuang Jianren became more sinister. He shouted in fright. Motherf ****, Lei Bo, take him down. I don't believe that they can do anything in our territory. Zhuang Jianren was also enraged. He was the young master of the sword-cleansing sect. How could he be scared by someone else's name? Moreover, this was their territory. Shui wanted to say something, but he didn't have time. The half-incipient God Realm expert called Lei Bo had released his aura, aiming at Ling Xiao. This time, he had to capture Ling Xiao. All right. If so, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao didn't want to be like this anymore. He had to show them the power that they were afraid of. Only then would they know what to be afraid of. The 13th prince wanted to help Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao stopped him. The half-incipient God Realm expert dashed towards Ling Xiao one more time. However, this time his speed was much faster. He reached Ling Xiao in just a blink of an eye. He extended his eagle claw, aiming at Ling Xiao. This time he had used all of his power. Even the Sinjin of Goguryeo couldn't dodge it easily. Moreover, he didn't want to give the 13th prince behind Ling Xiao a chance to save him. However, if Ling Xiao dared to offend them, he wasn't afraid of them. Ling Xiao's soul power attacked the half-incipient God Realm expert. Ah! When the half-incipient God Realm expert touched Ling Xiao's body, his god soul felt a sharp pain. He couldn't help but scream in fear. Ling Xiao moved at this moment. He grabbed the half-incipient God Realm expert's neck, his eyes bloodshot. Anyone who goes against me will die. Instantly, a thick murderous aura twirled around Ling Xiao's body. His fist with tremendous power pounded on the half-incipient God Realm expert's face. No matter who it was, if Ling Xiao's fist hit him, his brain would explode and he would die. Show mercy. Shu Yi, who was sitting on the throne, was startled. He shouted and stormed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. However, the 13th prince dashed behind Ling Xiao and met Shu Yi's fist head-on. Boom boom. This time, Shu Yi was serious. He sent the 13th prince flying, but his entire body was blocked. Moreover, the power he released caused the entire hall to shake. If it wasn't for the fact that he controlled his power and didn't let it spread out, the people here and the hall would have been in trouble. Boom! At this moment, the half-incipient God Realm expert that Ling Xiao was holding had his head blown off. His brain and blood splashed everywhere. Some drops fell on Ling Xiao's face, which made him look savage and overbearing. Ling Xiao licked the blood on his thick lips and said faintly, "I told you not to force me. Look, you've made it hard for us to talk." Silence. Everybody in the hall held their breaths. Their eyes widened as they stared at Ling Xiao motionlessly, as if their acupoints had been poked. A sense of fear came from the very source of their being. They all knew that the one who had just attacked was a half-incipient God Realm expert of the sword-cleansing manner. He was an expert with 1 foot in the Great Master Realm. However, such a powerful existence had actually been smashed to pieces by the opponent's mask. They couldn't believe it. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had to believe it. You! Zhuang Jianren fell off the table. He pointed at Ling Xiao and couldn't say anything for a long time. His face was pale and panic-stricken. He was scared out of his wits. He knew that labor was powerful, but he was killed in front of him. Moreover, he couldn't even fight back. He suspected that this young man in front of him was a real great master. If so, he could kill him, the young master, in just a blink of an eye. He regretted so much that his intestines turned green. He had just taken over his brother's position. Why did he provoke this evil star? Wasn't he going to follow his brother's footsteps? I'll say it one more time. Release all of them. Otherwise, I don't mind slaughtering everyone here. Ling Xiao said gloomily while suppressing his murderous aura. Ling Xiao now knew that sometimes he couldn't control his murderous aura. He hadn't been able to restrain Soul Wind's influence on him yet. In fact, at the moment he attacked, he wanted to spare his opponent's life. As long as he could intimidate them, it would be enough. However, he still killed him. At that time, he couldn't control himself. Soul Wind's murderous aura was too heavy. However, Ling Xiao didn't regret killing him. Anyway, he had already killed him. It wasn't a big deal. If they dared to turn against him, he didn't know who would suffer more. All right, Pang Yi, let them out. Shu Yi sat down on his original seat and ordered. He was surprised when he saw that Ling Xiao had the King God Realm cultivation base. Anyway, Ling Xiao was around 100 years old, and he was also a divine alchemist. Such a junior should be highly valued in the Dragon Gate. However, he didn't expect that it wasn't enough to prove the other's power. The moment his brain exploded, he was scared out of his wits. He wanted to use his half-incipient God Realm power to bully the other. If he did that, he was afraid that his head would be separated from his body. Thinking about this, he felt a chill in his head. Xu Pengyi was scared out of her wits. She seized this excuse to run away. In front of everybody, Ling Xiao took the spatial ring from the half-incipient God Realm corpse. His eyes looked at Zhuang Jianren. If your sword-washing manner doesn't agree, you can find me. Remember, my name is Ling Xiao. Zhuang Jianren paled. He didn't dare to answer as he was afraid that the other would kill him. This man must be a lunatic. Zhuang Jianren cursed inwardly. At this moment, evil emperor, Xu Ziqian, and Feng Qingyuan were finally released. Chapter 1303. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the evil emperor, Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan were still dressed neatly. Master, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked. Although the evil emperor, Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan's powers were sealed, they knew that something had happened to the Xu family after such a huge commotion. However, they did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually come to their door. Haha, I'm fine. If it wasn't for your master's wife being held captive, master would be able to come and go freely. The evil emperor laughed wildly as his body emitted a series of bang-bang sounds. Flames appeared on the evil emperor's body and attacked the Xu family members in all 4 directions. The Xu family members were startled. All of them used their powers to resist, but they were still smashed into the wall by the force and vomited blood. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. They did not expect that the person who was controlled by their ancestor would be so powerful. The evil emperor did not deliberately make a move, but forcefully shook off the restriction seal that Xu Yi had placed on him. Who was Xu Yi? He was the ancestor of the Xu family with the power of a half-incipient god realm, but his restriction seal was forcefully broken by the evil emperor. This proved that even if the evil emperor did not have the same power as Xu Yi, he had the same fighting power as Xu Yi. Otherwise, how could he forcefully break through the restriction seal? The reason why the evil emperor was willing to be controlled was because of Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for him to barge in and out of the Xu family's territory alone. He had been thinking about how to save the 2 of them, but it was a pity that Xu Yi was always here, which made him very depressed. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had suddenly rushed over. Looking at the current situation, his disciple had already solved the problem for him. Xu Yi never expected that the evil emperor would also have such a powerful cultivation. Of course, he thought that the evil emperor was just an ordinary peak divine king, but it seemed like he had misjudged him. Xiao, master's wife has caused trouble for you again. Xu Ziqian looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of guilt. Because her problems had been solved by Ling Xiao time and time again, she felt really apologetic. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "As long as mistress doesn't mind me causing trouble for your Xu family, it's fine." The body of the half-incipient God Realm warrior was still on the ground. The puddle of blood was really eye-catching. Xu Ziqian knew at a glance that Ling Xiao was angry just now. She looked at Xu Yi and Xu Pengyi, then bowed and pleaded, "Old ancestor, father, please forgive Xiaoqian for being unfilial. I will only follow brother demonic emperor for the rest of my life. Please don't make things difficult for us anymore." Mistress, why bother with this kind of heartless family that only cares about the family's interests? Let's go. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. That's right. How can this emperor's woman be manipulated by others? If it wasn't for Xiaoqian being soft-hearted, this emperor would have taken down the Xu clan. The evil emperor was also slightly infuriated. The faces of the Xu clan members twitched, but none of them dared to say anything else. Why did they feel that this master and disciple were so similar? No, it should be said that the disciple was more overbearing. Shu Yi glanced at Zhuang Jianren, whose face was still green, then looked at Shu Ziqian and said, "Your matter, we won't interfere, but, Xiaoqian, you are also a child of our Shu family. If you have time in the future, come back often." Shu Yi had already recognized the situation. If he dared to be arrogant again, he was afraid that he would die on the spot. Shu Ziqian nodded and said, "Xiaoqian understands." Although she said so, she didn't want to return to this family in the future. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly walked towards Zhuang Jianren. What do you want?" Zhuang Jianren was so scared that he shrank back, his expression extremely nervous. The other god kings of the sword-washing manor immediately surrounded him, but all of them were very nervous. "Divine Master Ling, please show mercy." Shu Yi stood up and shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned back to look at Shu Yi and sneered, "Don't worry, I have no interest in killing this kind of coward." Zhuang Jiansheng and Zhuang Jianren were both young sect masters of the sword-washing manor. One was the former young sect master, and the other was the current young sect master. Although their identities were distinguished, in the eyes of Ling Xiao, they were worthless. He didn't understand why the sword-washing manor would choose such a cowardly person to be the young sect master. However, he couldn't be bothered to care about other people's family affairs. He just wanted to give Zhuang Jianren a good warning. He looked at Zhuang Jianren and said, "Today's matter can be directed at me, but if you make things difficult for my master's wife's maiden family in the future, then your fate will be the same as your so-called big brother. I will make you live a life worse than death." After saying that, Ling Xiao blinked his eyes lightly, and the table made of 10,000 year wood near Zhuang Jianren instantly turned into powder with a pa sound. Then, Ling Xiao said to the evil emperor, Master's wives, let's go." "Divine Master Ling, why don't you stay?" Shu Yi tried to persuade him. Ling Xiao was the youngest divine alchemist in the Alchemy Guild's records. If he could reach this level at such a young age, his alchemy tenbin must be extraordinary. Perhaps he was the disciple of a supreme alchemist. Otherwise, how could he become a divine alchemist so easily? As far as he knew, there was no supreme alchemist in the Dragon Gate. He knew that he couldn't stop Ling Xiao's group from taking Shu Ziqian away, so it was better to befriend him and discuss alchemy with him. Perhaps it would be of great help to him. However, before he could finish, Ling Xiao immediately interrupted him. "I don't deserve your hospitality." He didn't have a good impression of the Shu family, and he didn't want to have any trouble with them. Moreover, if he really had a good relationship with the Shu family, the sword-washing manor would attack the Shu family first. After all, Ling Xiao had killed a half-incipient god realm existence. A half-incipient god realm expert was an extremely important character anywhere. Shu Yi also knew that he couldn't do this. He sighed inwardly. One wrong step, and every step will be wrong. If they didn't interfere with the relationship between Shu Ziqian and the evil emperor, the Shu family could have gained the friendship of the Dragon Gate. More importantly, they could have befriended a talented young man like Ling Xiao. He could see that Ling Xiao wasn't even 100 years old. With Ling Xiao's innate endowment, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a supreme alchemist in the future. At that time, wasn't it just a matter of time for him to become a supreme alchemist? As he thought this through, he was still upset about what the Shu family had done in the past. However, in the future, he had to urge the juniors of his family to think more about Shu Ziqian. He could see that Shu Ziqian was a sentimental person. As long as they could maintain this relationship, perhaps the Shu family still had a chance. After Ling Xiao's group came out, they didn't immediately return to the Dragon Gate. Next, they had a very important matter to attend to. That was the reappearance of the investiture god altar that occurred once every 100 years. The vacated position of the Sinjin of Goguryeo needed new blood to fill it. The investiture god altar had one supreme and two Sinjin of Goguryeo. The supreme ranking was limited to 100 people, and it was for the entire heaven domain. In other words, these 100 supremes were the most powerful existences in the heaven domain, and the person ranked first was the undisputed number 1 in the heaven domain. These were all recorded on the sovereign ranking. On the other hand, the 1,000 God King list had a quota for each region. Each region had a quota of 1,000. These 1,000 godly monarchs represented the strongest godly monarchs in each domain. This proved that they had battle prowess that ordinary godly monarchs couldn't compare to. Each Senjin of Goguryeo also represented the most respected representative of each faction. No matter where a Senjin of Goguryeo appeared, they would be proud and arrogant. Thus, each godly monarch would try their best to enter the king god ranking. This was their life's goal. The Senjin of Goguryeo's name would fill up every 100 years, but it didn't mean that these people would always occupy the Senjin of Goguryeo's name. Some outstanding Senjin of Goguryeo were like passers-by. They would disappear as soon as they entered the ranking, replaced by someone else. Some would break through to the half-incipient god realm or become a true supreme, so their ranking would automatically disappear and be replaced by someone else. There were also some who accidentally died in some secret domain or were killed by some ferocious beasts, so their spots would be empty. Thus, after every 100 years, the ranking would have more or less empty spots for other godly monarchs to compete for. Facing this situation, the Senjin of Goguryeo's name became very popular. Each godly monarch who thought that they were powerful wanted to compete for this spot. Naturally, it was hard to avoid fierce battles. It could be said that the investiture of the gods' ranking could be described as earth-shaking. The Sky Dragon Zone was so vast that it had so many different forces. Although the King God Realm experts were only 1 out of 10 million people here, it was still an unusually large number. The peak god kings of each force wanted to enter the ranking. They would bring the precious treasures of their forces to challenge the ranking. This was definitely an unprecedented event that would attract tens of thousands of people. The investiture god altar was located in the center of the Sky Dragon Zone. This area was called the investiture of the God's Land. The investiture god altar was located in the void above this area. There were many challenges that the immemorial masters had set up. There were many top-grade divine treasures and even some rare ancient god treasures and supreme materials. Warriors had to compete for them with their own abilities and lucky chances. Whoever could cross all the challenges to reach the last level and enter the investiture god altar would receive the name of Senjin of Goguryeo. It could be said that those who wanted to obtain the position of Senjin of Goguryeo would have to go through many life and death trials and face the slaughter of many peak godly monarchs. Although the name of Senjin of Goguryeo was honorable and glorious, not everyone dared to challenge it. After all, how could glory be more important than one's life? When the investiture god altar was about to open, powerful auras were mobilized from all over the Sky Dragon Zone. Many people below the godly monarch level had to keep an extremely low profile during this period of time. They were afraid that they would accidentally provoke the future Senjin of Goguryeo. That would definitely be a huge matter that could cost them their lives. At the same time, there were also many people who wanted to join in the fun and make friends with more powerful godly monarchs. They traveled thousands of miles to the investiture of the God's Land. However, those who could go there were all supreme experts at the godly monarch level and above. These people made up the least number of low and mid-level godly monarchs. Most of them were at the mid-level and above. Chapter 1304. The conferred god altar was about to open. Many divine kings had already gathered in the conferred god land, which spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers. Some of these divine kings came from super factions, while others came from regular major factions. There were even some from hidden factions. There was no lack of itinerant cultivators as well. In short, all the divine kings who felt that they were powerful or just wanted to join in the fun had come. All of them rode on dazzling holy beasts and wore flowing light divine armors. They held rare god artifacts in their hands, and they surged over from all directions like heavenly soldiers. They seemed extraordinarily mighty and extraordinary. If regular cultivators came here, they would probably be dazzled by the many holy beasts and god artifacts in front of them. Those rarely seen mutated holy beasts, and even some high-level holy beasts that were close to the level of divine beasts, flew over one after another. They raised their heads to the sky and let out long roars, bringing with them an incomparably majestic aura that shook the surroundings. Meanwhile, those divine artifacts competed with each other to shine, emitting beams of colorful divine light that illuminated the surroundings in an incomparably gorgeous manner. These divine kings who had come here had all changed their usual low-profile appearance. They all radiated with powerful auras. They wanted to intimidate some ignorant nobodies before the altar opened so that they would not encounter any trouble when ascending the altar. At the same time, they were also showing off just how powerful they were. Most of the God Kings had come in groups. Their strength was at the peak of the God King realm, and a portion of them were high-level God Kings. No one below the high-level God King realm would think that they were here to fight over the altar. They were just here to watch the show. They all chose their own territories and settled down, waiting for the altar to open. At this moment, an extremely imposing group of people arrived in the distance, causing the surrounding divine kings to look over. There were a total of over 20 of them, and they were the largest group that had come together. They were also the most powerful group. There were actually over 10 peak stage God Kings, and the rest were high-level God Kings. None of them were God Kings below the high level. They were all riding holy beasts that had reached the 10th tier and above, and the person leading them was riding on a mutated leopard king. This mutated leopard king had actually reached the 10th tier. It had fur that looked like patterns, and it had a pair of snowy wings that could summon snow and freeze everything. Standing on top of the leopard king was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He stood with both hands fluttering in the wind. His demeanor was extraordinary, but the most eye-catching thing about him was his pair of snow-white eyebrows, which actually reached his chin, giving him the air of an immortal. This group was from the North Snow Alliance. The white-browed middle-aged man was called White-Brow Divine King by Mushi. He was a powerful existence of the North Snow Alliance in the past 1,000 years. It was said that he had once fought to a draw with the North Snow Alliance's Sinjin of Goguryeo. Now, he of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, he only needed an opportunity to prove his strength of Sinjin God of Goguryeo of the North. In the north of the Dragon Gate, the North Snow Alliance was not as famous as the Blazing Flame Merchants, the Sun Moon Sect, the Divine Axe Gang, and other superpowers, but they had the same strength as them. The North Snow Alliances by Mushi and the others definitely had the qualifications to challenge the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the North. That's the North Snow Alliance's people. They look really imposing. It seems like they're taking the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the North Snow Alliance very seriously. Isn't that so? I've traveled around the North Snow Alliance 30 years ago, and I've long heard that the White-Brow Divine King is already invincible under the Sinjin of Goguryeo. I think this time, there will definitely be a place for him in the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the North Snow Alliance. Hehe, that's hard to say. 100 years ago, there were so many heroes buried in the altar. Now, there won't be a lack of White-Brow. That's right. It's hard to say who will be on the altar in the end. Don't say it too early. But there will definitely be a place for me there. Bai Mushi was very satisfied with the people's surprised expressions when they saw him. It seemed like other than being famous in the North Snow Alliance, there were also people who knew him in other places. Just when they were about to land somewhere, a group of ferocious god kings charged over from another direction. The number of divine kings in this group was not less than the North Snow Alliance's group. In fact, there were 2 or 3 more of them. All of you, get out of my way. Among that group of people, one of them actually blasted a move in the direction of the North Snow Alliance. Rumble. This attack was not aimed at anyone, but it prevented the North Snow Alliance's group from landing, and they took the spot that the North Snow Alliance's group was about to land. The North Snow Alliance's people were all very angry. The spot that they had chosen was actually taken by someone else. This was a matter of face. This place is ours. Please go somewhere else. The person who attacked just now said coldly, "Bastard, how dare you?" Someone from the North Snow Alliance immediately jumped out and scolded. However, just as a conflict was about to break out, Bai Mushi waved his hand at his people and landed in another direction. He actually did not fight with that group of people. Humph, if you have the guts, come and fight with me. I don't mind killing you in advance. That person shouted arrogantly. Thus, everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. It seems like the Godly Axe Gang is here. They are still so overbearing. They actually took North Snow Alliance's spot as soon as they arrived. It seems like the North Snow Alliance is afraid of them. Lower your voice. If they hear you, they will not let you have an easy time. They have always been overbearing. Some time ago, I received news that the Sun and Moon sect fought with them on the road. It was said that the Sun sect's people were almost defeated. If it were not for the Moon sect's women who arrived in time, the Sun sect's people would not have been able to deal with the Godly Axe Gang. The Godly Axe Gang's Sinjin of Goguryeo has almost 50 people. They are only slightly weaker than Dragon Gate and Sword Cleansing Manor. They are faintly catching up to Sword Cleansing Manor. Yes, these are all people that we cannot provoke. We should avoid them if we can. We will deal with them when it is time to ascend the altar. After a few days, people from Dragon Gate, Sword Cleansing Manor, Blazing Flame Merchants, Sun and Moon Sect, and many other superforces arrived one after another. This piece of land was already filled with godly kings. At a glance, there were at least 38,000 of them. These people represented the most powerful existences among all the godly kings in the Sky Dragon territory. Their auras flickered unceasingly in the sky. Among these people, there were more than 10 people that people thought highly of. This was because they had been in the world for a long time and enjoyed extraordinary prestige in the Sky Dragon territory. In these people's hearts, the person most likely to ascend the altar was Dragon Gate's fire god body, Ji Tianfeng, a peak godly king. Ji Tianfeng had already become famous in the Sky Dragon territory 1,000 years ago. At that time, he was only a mid-level godly king. However, when he was fighting with other forces for a divine object in a secret realm, he fought 1 against 5. There was even a high-level godly king among the opponents, and the rest were all at the same level as him. Originally, he was bound to lose, but he was able to miraculously turn the situation around. He killed 4 of the 5 mid-level godly kings, while the high-level godly king was heavily injured and fled. Many people saw that battle, and from then on, Ji Tianfeng's name began to gain an extremely high reputation among the godly kings. Of course, that was only the battle that made him famous. After that, there were many other glorious battles that were known and spread out, which allowed him to ascend to the top of the list. The person ranked second was still someone from Dragon Gate. He was an outstanding godly king from Kim people Ling Feiwu. He also had the strength of a peak godly king. Kim people's ancient emperor mystic technique was already well known in the heaven domain. Ling Feiwu could increase his battle prowess by nearly 30 times. He was definitely one of the strongest contenders for the position of Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. The reason why he was ranked second was mainly because his battle experience was too little, and he was a little low-key. It was because someone had seen him kill the slaughter gods on the slaughter god list, and those were all peak godly kings. The third was Barter from Divine Axe Gang. He had the strength of a peak godly king, and he had already condensed a 10,000 times gravitational field. He had an absolute advantage in group battles. The fourth was Suemo from Sun Moon Sect, who was known as the future Sun Emperor. This person had already comprehended the Fist Intent realm to a profound level when he just entered the Godly King realm. He was almost invincible among those of the same rank. Now that he was already a peak Godly King, one could imagine how terrifying his battle prowess was. The fifth was a peerless beauty. Her beauty was said to be on par with the number 1 beauty, Lu Piapiao, by the geniuses of Sky Dragon District Zhang Xiaoyu. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance, but she had a pair of strange eyes with special divine power. Whoever met her would be a very troublesome matter. It was said that she was the personal disciple of the Guardian Elder, who guarded the territory gate to Sky Tiger District, and she also had the strength of a peak godly king. The sixth was Zhuang Wenqi from Sword Cleansing Manor. The seventh was Bai Mushi from North Snow Alliance. The eighth was Lai Yen from Blazing Flame Merchants. The ninth was a mercenary king, Yenyu. In short, those who were ranked in the 10th and above were all people who were favored by the majority to obtain the position of Senjin of Goguryeo. As for those who weren't famous, they couldn't be underestimated either. After all, many of them were very low-key. They would only reveal their true powerful battle prowess when the battle began. There was no lack of such dark horses in history. The apotheosized altar hadn't opened yet, but there were already many battles raging in this world. Among the many godly kings, there would always be some friends that they knew. Friends would definitely gather together and plan to call on each other when they entered. There were also a small number of people who were mortal enemies. Once they met, they would immediately start a battle. This was not surprising at all. Among them, there was a high-level godly king who came from an unknown force called Ding-Gudu. He had provoked the most enemies. There were actually 3 groups of people surrounding him, and there were more than 10 of them. Among them, there were even a few peak godly kings. Anyone would think that Ding-Gudu would definitely die before he could succeed. However, when he made his move, he immediately shocked everyone. His protective spiritual beast was actually a 10th level peak heavenly tiger. It was a high-level holy beast that was infinitely close to the white tiger divine beast. Moreover, he held a strange divine weapon in his hand. It seemed to have the power to suppress all divine weapons. Relying on this white tiger divine beast and this strange divine weapon, he was actually able to face the encirclement calmly. Moreover, he even killed 3 high-level godly kings. This was destined to make Ding-Gudu famous in the Sky Dragon domain before he became Senjin of Goguryeo. Chapter 1305. The conferred god altar was bustling with activity. On Dragon Gate's side, their group had a total of 40 people, but these 4 people were not very united. They were actually divided into 2 teams, and each team had exactly 20 people. One team was led by Ji Tianfang. He looked very young, handsome, and was a rarely seen handsome man. He was riding an explosive flame dragon, which was a high-level holy beast that was closest to the true dragon clan like flood dragons. It had already reached the high level of the 10th step, but its true battle prowess was absolutely not inferior to ordinary peak-level 10th step holy beasts. The majority of those who came with Ji Tianfang had the strength of a peak divine king, and only a few were high-level divine kings. This battle prowess was definitely a rather powerful existence, and no one dared to provoke them. The other team was led by Ling Feiwu. He was considered to be 1 generation lower than Ling Gang, and if he saw Ling Xiao, he would still have to call Ling Xiao great uncle. The number of peak divine kings by his side was 3 less than Ji Tianfang's side, and 3 more high-level divine kings. But don't look down on such a force. If they really fought, Ji Tianfang's side might not be able to withstand it because there were quite a few direct descendants of Kim people who came with Ling Feiwu, and they all possessed divine might that could raise their battle prowess. The reason why outsiders thought that Ling Feiwu was inferior to Ji Tianfang, but both of them were clear that the 2 of them were actually evenly matched. After all, they had fought together 3 times in Dragon Gate, but neither of them was able to do anything to the other. The only thing they could compare was that Ji Tianfang was younger than Ling Feiwu by 200 years, and he had the advantage in this aspect. Although the 2 groups belonged to 2 different factions, they wouldn't let outsiders see that they were at odds with each other. Ji Tianfang was currently chatting with Ling Feiwu, and people who didn't know would think that the 2 of them were very good brothers. Senior Brother Ling, I heard that Divine Teacher Ling is coming to participate in the battle. Why don't I see him coming? Ji Tianfang asked Ling Feiwu indifferently. The Divine Master Ling he mentioned was undoubtedly Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's name had already shaken the Dragon Gate. Although Ji Tianfang had always been wandering outside, he had recently returned to the Dragon Gate and heard all kinds of deeds related to Ling Xiao, so he paid special attention to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was actually able to suppress Hegong, the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo, who was ranked in the 800s, with a single move. This ability was not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, Ling Xiao had such an achievement at such a young age. Ji Tianfang felt that Ling Xiao might be a body snatcher of Kim people. Of course, he wanted to see Ling Xiao in order to verify whether Ling Xiao's strength was worthy of the name. Was he really that powerful? Ling Feiwu said with a faint smile. My great-uncle went out to handle some matters, but I heard from my Uncle Gang that he will indeed come here to ascend the altar. I believe you will have the chance to see him. Ling Feiwu naturally understood Ji Tianfang's thoughts, and he also hoped that this legendary great-uncle of his, Ling Xiao, really had some skills, so that he wouldn't lose the reputation of their kin people. Ling Feiwu and Ji Tianfang were about the same. They usually didn't stay in the sect, and if they wanted to become an independent expert or obtain more fortuitous encounters, they couldn't just stay in the sect. Only by going out to search for secret realms would they be able to grow faster in the midst of danger. Therefore, it was not surprising that Ling Feiwu had never seen Ling Xiao until now. Hee. I hope he can make it in time. Otherwise, it would be a pity, Ji Tianfang said with a hint of arrogance. Although he said this, his expression had already betrayed him. From the start, he didn't think that Ling Xiao had the chance to become the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. However, Ling Feiwu's following words caused Ji Tianfang to be shocked. I heard from my Uncle Gang that Granduncle Xiao should have been the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo a long time ago. It's just that Granduncle Xiao didn't know that it was the divine light of verification, and forcefully dispersed it. Ling Feiwu spread his hands and said. Ling Gang had already told Ling Feiwu about Ling Zhao's glorious deeds in the snake loyalty sect. His goal was to let Ling Feiwu know that Ling Xiao wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface, so that he wouldn't neglect this great uncle of his. At that time, when Ling Feiwu heard Ling Gang's words, he felt that it was inconceivable. Now, when he saw Ji Tianfang's shocked and disbelieving expression, he felt extremely refreshed. Senior brother Ling's joke isn't funny, Ji Tianfang said with a faint smile. The people behind Ji Tianfang also started to jeer and ridicule one after another. Junior brother Ling's joke is indeed not funny. We all know that Divine Master Ling's battle prowess isn't weak, but I really don't believe that he really has the strength of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. That's right, we admit that Divine Master Ling's alchemy level is very high, but he's still very young. I think it's most suitable for him to participate in this competition in a few hundred years. I agree with this. Divine Master Ling is a high-level elder of our sect. There's no need for him to risk his life to obtain the name of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. His identity as a divine alchemist is not weaker than the name of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Perhaps Divine Master Ling wants to have it both ways, When the people on Ling Feiwu's side heard these mocking words, their expressions all became ugly, but they couldn't refute them. On the contrary, Ling Feiwu said with certainty, At first I also thought so. My great-uncle Xiao has only been a divine king for a short period of time, so how could he have such great ability? Later on, my uncle said that the Snake sect was destroyed by my great-uncle Xiao, and one of the green bamboo snakes was personally killed by my great-uncle Xiao. From then on, the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo verified the descent of the divine light. As for whether it's true or not, it still needs to be tested. The Snake sect was suddenly destroyed by someone more than 10 years ago. This had always been an unsolved case in the Sky Dragon region. Not many people knew who had the ability to destroy it. However, some of the people from the Snake sect who escaped said that it was done by the Dragon Gate. Later on, an army of thousands of holy beasts suddenly descended and annihilated them. Some people deliberately investigated this matter, and it was indeed related to the Dragon Gate, and also to the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo and Lingang. However, the person who truly led the army to destroy the Snakey sect was someone else. The people outside might not know who Lingang would go with, but the people from the Dragon Gate all knew that this Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo was Ling Zhao's guardian elder. Ling Feiwu's words were not very certain, but it made Ji Tianfang and the others put away their mocking expressions, and each of their expressions became stern. Combining this matter, and thinking of how He Gong was defeated by Ling Xiao in one move, they felt that perhaps this was not nonsense. If this was really the case, perhaps Ling Xiao really had the qualifications to contend for the throne of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Right at this moment, the heaven and earth started to descend. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of golden lights appeared high up in the sky, and the surrounding area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was illuminated by multicolored light. Bursts of 9-colored divine power flickered incessantly, appearing abnormally beautiful and dazzling. Everyone was somewhat unable to open their eyes because of this divine light, but the dense origin power that shone on their bodies made them feel incomparably comfortable and refreshed, making them feel as if they wanted to break through the shackles and break through. There seemed to be an ancient stone tablet in the crack of the void, and the 9-colored divine light was emitted from this stone tablet. It carried an ancient feeling, making people feel insignificant and shocked from the bottom of their hearts. There was an indescribable aura lingering above this giant ancient tablet, and it fused with the heavens and earth, suppressing all directions. There were altars around it, exactly 1,000 in total, and most of them already had a phantom sitting on top of them. Above these phantoms floated golden names, and these phantoms and names represented the identities of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. As for the remaining dozens of empty altars, they were the divine positions that everyone was fighting for. After anyone finally ascended the altar, they would be able to carve their name on the ancient tablet of the conferred god altar for all eternity. Everyone couldn't help but burst into an uproar, and every saint beast was neighing non-stop. Quick! Look, the conferred god altar has appeared. There are a total of 43 spots. Everyone hurry up and ascend the altar. Once in 100 years, we finally see it again. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Ha! This time, this old man will definitely become the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Whoever stops me, I'll kill them. It's not certain who will ascend the altar, but one of the spots will definitely be mine. Many god kings cried out in surprise, then rode their saint beasts towards the spatial crack. However, many of the first batch of god kings were sent flying by the 9-colored divine light before they could even enter the crack. Ah! Immediately, a series of miserable shrieks rang out, causing many to immediately slow down. Only then did they realize that this seemingly harmless 9-colored divine light actually contained such a terrifying power. Fortunately, this power wasn't fatal, and it only forcibly kept out those who didn't have enough power. A portion of the god kings had already charged through the 9-colored divine light and entered the spatial crack. This 9-colored divine light was the first test. If they couldn't even enter the entrance, how could they proceed to the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo's assessment? This could also be considered a humane method to preserve the lives of some god kings, lest they end up as ghosts under someone else's sword if they entered. The conferred god altar only appeared for half a month each time. Whoever could ascend the altar within half a month would be the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo's existence. Therefore, most people were very eager to make use of this time. They absolutely couldn't afford to waste it. After all, there were still many tests waiting for them inside the space. All of you scram. A rather tyrannical group of people rushed up, and their leader, a peak god king, directly brandished his divine axe to open a path. Wherever his axe light went, there would immediately be a bloody light, followed by a burst of blood-curdling screams. In just an instant, this person had injured more than 10 god kings in front of him. Then he himself rushed into the 9-colored divine light. This group was impressively the god kings from the Divine Axe Gang, and their leader was God King Barter, whom everyone unanimously favored. It was said that Barter had already cultivated the heaven-opening Pangu to the extreme and completely comprehended the power of the 82 axes, allowing him to use them. With his strength, he definitely had the power to split the heavens and earth. Ordinary people simply didn't dare to block his path, and they all hurriedly gave way. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.